Chapter 819. Published at 27th of March 2022 2:09 and 12 seconds p.m. Chapter 819. 819 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 819. Blood separation. Xianxia didn't show any reactions to Grand Elder Sen's words, and he focused on the Demon Emperor that was ready to release its next attack. Demon Sealing Formation. Grand Elder Suo suddenly created a massive formation around the arena just in time, halting the Demon Emperor's attack for a brief moment. During this moment, Grand Elder Sen retrieved his treasure that radiated with demon sealing aura. Bastard! How dare you kill my people! He shouted in anger as he unleashed a devastating attack that sliced the ball of blood in half. The next second, the Demon Emperor regenerated until it returned to its original state, and it lifted its head to look at Grand Elder Sen and the others. I don't know what went through your heads that made you believe it would be a good idea to set me free, but I must thank you for releasing me. The Demon Emperor said to them with a calm smile on its face. If I restrained you once, I can do it again. Xianxia responded. I'd like to see you try. The Demon Emperor released a powerful roar that shook the entire Colosseum, and its body began burning red, almost like it had just came out of a forge. Furthermore, its bloody wings made a complete transformation, turning into two large and long crystal shards. The Demon Emperor's bizarre transformation baffled the spectators, as they have never seen such a sight before. What in heaven's name is that appearance? I didn't know demons can do that. Lian Er muttered in a dazed voice, and her body that had recently calmed down started trembling in fear again. Yuan responded almost instantly, those two red shards in its back are its demon crystal. What? Why are they so huge? They are usually only the size of a fist-sized rock. Lian Li exclaimed. Demon emperors are almost an entirely different entity even when compared to other demons. I'm actually surprised that the 8th leader managed to restrain this demon with his power. Yuan said. In his mind, he was wondering if the Demon Emperor had allowed Xianxia to restrain it on purpose for some reason. Pointless. Xianxia spoke in a low voice before retrieving a black sword with red engravings on its blade. Demon Sealing Strike. Xianxia's movements were so quick that nobody in the spectators had managed to see it with their eyes, and before anyone could even realize what had happened, the Demon Emperor's body disintegrated into countless pieces until there was nothing left. The people there were left speechless by how easily Xianxia had managed to dispose of the Demon Emperor. As expected of the Demon Sealing Clan's #1 genius. He killed the Demon Emperor so easily. The spectators began praising Xianxia afterward. That was my first time seeing someone combine Demon Sealing Aura with Sword Chi so efficiently. It's so powerful. Lian Er's face showed admiration for Xianxia after witnessing his prowess. However, while everyone celebrated, Yuan shook his head inwardly. What an idiot. He then stood up and began leaving the Colosseum. Hey, where are you going? Lian Er asked him when she noticed him leaving. The event is done, so I have no reason to stay, and I am a little hungry. Yuan said to her before disappearing from their sights. Grand Elder Sen descended in front of the deceased demon sealer from the demon sealing grotto after Xianxia dealt with the Demon Emperor, and he would stare at their lifeless bodies and their destroyed life-saving treasures with a dazed face. If I had intervened sooner, perhaps you might still be alive. I should have listened to my guts earlier. It was at this moment the demon sealing flag released Yanhara, who immediately began panicking. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. However, when she couldn't see the Demon Emperor anywhere and saw the situation, she sighed in relief. Thank you, leader, for saving my life. Yanhara said to him, as she was shocked to see 3 corpses right beside her, mistaking Xianxia to be her savior, which was a logical thought, since he owned the demon sealing flag that protected her. As for Sorengan, had also managed to survive because of the superior life-saving treasures his family and Grand Elder Suo gave him. Although the other fighters had no idea that they would be fighting a Demon Emperor, Sorengan, who was Grand Elder Suo's grandson, had such information, allowing him to prepare in advance. Xianxia didn't say anything and merely nodded his head. He suspected Yanhara to be the culprit at first, but after seeing her condition, He ruled her out. Who would dare steal my demon's sealing flag just to save her? Qian Chu wondered to himself afterward. Once the place calmed down, Grand Eldertson turned to look at Qian Chu and said, "You will be hearing from the demon's sealing grotto soon." He disappeared from the Colosseum shortly after, taking with him the 3 demon sealers' corpses. Meanwhile, a couple of miles away from the Grand Colosseum, Yuan stopped walking when he sensed something. "Come out. You may be able to fool those idiots, but I can smell your stench from miles away." Yuan said out loud despite it being empty there. There was no response. Yuan sighed and tried again. "I know that you're extremely vulnerable right now because you just used blood separation, but as you can see, I am only a spirit lord. You can easily kill me if you want to. I just want to talk." After a moment of silence, Yuan shook his head. "Guess I'll just go ahead and let the others know that you're still alive." He turned around and began walking back to the Colosseum. But before he could even take 3 steps, Yuan suddenly tilted his head to the right, avoiding a red projectile that shot right through where his head had just been. He turned around to see a blob of blood sitting not far away from him, and he smiled. "Let's talk, shall we? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 820. Published at 29th of March 2022 5:18 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 820, 820. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 820. Do you still think I am dead? Talk. I have nothing to say to a human. The Demon Emperor's voice suddenly resounded inside Yuan's head. That's odd. You had plenty to say before when you were fighting the demon sealers. After a moment of silence, the Demon Emperor asked him in a puzzled voice, "You're not scared of me? You're just a mere spirit lord. I have killed tens of thousands of cultivators like you without breaking a sweat before. What are you thinking, approaching me? I may be weakened right now due to blood separation, but I still have more than enough strength to kill you even in my current state." The Demon Emperor was intrigued by Yuan's actions that did not make sense. "Like I said, I only wanted to talk. It's been a while since I last had a proper conversation with a demon like you," Yuan said. And he continued, "You know, when I first saw you in the arena, I had a feeling that I had seen you before. Now that I think about it, there was one demon back then that had the same characteristic as you. What was his name again? Demon Emperor Carnage?" The blob of blood visibly trembled after hearing its name come from Yuan's mouth. "Why you? Who are you? Why do you know my demon name?" The Demon Emperor exclaimed in a dazed voice. It has been countless years since it last heard of its own demon name. Yuan didn't answer the Demon Emperor's question and continued to speak. "There were 9 of you in the beginning, but most of the Demon Emperors perished during that big fight between the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Clan. Near the end of that fight, 3 of you fled from the battlefield. The Demon Sealing Clan searched for you demons for thousands of years, but their efforts were unfruitful, and even the Divine Paragon was unable to find you. However, after millions of years, you suddenly show up in the most awkward fashion. I know you're stronger than the current leader of the Demon Sealing Clan, so I can only assume that you'd allowed yourself to be restrained for some reason. You even went through the efforts of faking your own death. Why? A pretty good topic, right? Let's begin with where you demons had hid after fleeing from the fight." The Demon Emperor was left speechless by Yuan's story, and it could not comprehend where Yuan could have heard such a thing from, as such information should have disappeared with the passage of time. After all, millions of years have passed since the fight. Even if the Demon Sealing Clan had recorded the information somewhere, it would require a miracle for that record to last for so long. Where did you hear such a thing? It's clearly bullshit. The Demon Emperor decided to deny Yuan's claims. There's no point denying it, Demon Emperor Carnage. If you tell me where you hid, I will tell you how I learned such information, Yuan said. However, the Demon Emperor remained silent. Fine, if you don't want to answer this question, we can try another question, Yuan said, treating it almost like an interview of sorts. Are the other two demon emperors still alive? I know demons are truly immortal in the sense that they can live until the end of time if nobody tries to kill them, but nothing will last forever. Once again, the demon emperor remained quiet. Yuan didn't mind it and continued to ask the demon emperor questions. In the end, the demon emperor refused to answer any of his questions. Quite the uncooperative one, aren't you? Yuan chuckled casually, acting completely calm before the demon emperor that could attack him at any moment. Since you don't want to answer any of my questions, I will have to try and answer them by myself. After taking a deep breath, Yuan continued, after fleeing from that fight, you and the other two demon emperors probably fled to one of the forbidden zones since most cultivators avoid those places like it's a plague, and even peak cultivators don't dare to approach these zones due to its dangerous environment that can instantly kill even an immortal. But since you're demons, you don't have to worry about dying, making the forbidden zones the best sanctuary for demons. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. If I have to make a gamble on whether there are currently more demons in these forbidden zones or not, I would bet all of my money on the former. In fact, I would even dare to say that most of the demons that still exist can be found in these forbidden zones. If the demon sealing clan, or any family with sufficient powers find out, they will surely do whatever it takes to get rid of demons once and for all. Now, let's talk about. Yuan suddenly halted his words and activated his movement technique, dodging a sudden sneak attack from the demon emperor. The blob of blood also started transforming, and the demon emperor returned to its original appearance the next moment. I don't know who you are or what you want, but I cannot allow you to live for another minute. The demon emperor glared at Yuan with serious killing intent in its gaze. Are you sure you want to do that? What will you do if the others notice your presence and find you? You'll definitely die this time, especially since you're in that pathetic state. Yuan asked. Even if I die today, I will make sure to take your life first. The demon emperor used blood sphere to contain Yuan the next moment. It was clearly prepared to sacrifice its life to make sure that Yuan wouldn't reveal the demon's sanctuary. Seeing the blood sphere around him, Yuan smiled behind his mask and spoke in a calm voice. To tell you the truth, I already knew that you demons were hiding within the forbidden zones. I was just too lazy to do anything about it, and my supply of demon cores was filled to the brim after that battle, so I didn't chase you lots. What? The demon emperor's eyes widened with shock after hearing Yuan's words, as he sounded like someone it knew, and feared. Yuan removed his mask a moment later, revealing his handsome face and the cold smile on it. Do you still think I am dead? Yuan suddenly asked the demon emperor, who was completely frozen from shock after the reveal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 821. Published at 29th of March 2022 5:18 and 4 seconds AM. Chapter 821, 821. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 821. What is the meaning of this? Why you? I am possible. Demon Emperor Carnage immediately recognized Yuan's face, as it saw the same face during the war between demons and the demon sealing clan, and after almost dying to him, it fled to one of the forbidden lands within the 9 heavens. It was also confident that the divine paragon had long perished, hence why it finally decided to come out of hiding. However, to think that it encountered the divine paragon once again. The demon emperor eventually snapped out of its daze when it realized that the divine paragon looked slightly different than before. You may look like him, but you're not the divine paragon. I must say, you nearly gave me a heart attack. It has been tens of millions of years and many eras since the divine paragon's disappearance. No humans can live for that long. Even though cultivators can technically become immortal, they are not truly immortal. Only we, demons, are truly immortal. Yuan smiled at the demon emperor's words and said, "You're right. I perished. However, it was my own decision to disappear, and now, I have returned." That's fucking bullshit. As if I'd believe that. The demon emperor refused to believe that Yuan was really the divine paragon. Valley of Blood. Yuan suddenly muttered in a low voice. What? The demon emperor froze again. Corpse Mountain. Blood Monastery. Tomb of the Ancients. Yuan ignored the demon emperor and continued to name these weird titles one by one. How do you know these names? The demon emperor suddenly roared in a confused tone. After all, these names were all places within the demonic realm. No humans should know of these places since no human has ever entered that place and managed to make it back out alive, except for one exception, the divine paragon. Isn't it obvious? I learned of these places when I went inside the demonic realm. It was a surprise when I first went there. If the rest of the world knew what I saw inside, they would be shocked. I still don't believe it. For all I know, the divine paragon could have revealed information about the demonic realm to the world after he sealed it. It's unfortunate that you don't believe me. If I could use my signature demon sealing technique to prove my identity, I would do it. However, my body and its cultivation would not be able to handle such a technique. Anyways, since you revealed yourself by using such a powerful technique, the others are alerted of your presence, and it will only be a matter of time before they arrive and dispose of you. While you are most certainly strong enough to handle the demon sealing clan in their current state, you're in no condition to do anything right now because of blood separation. Therefore, I shall give you a proposal. You can either let the demon sealing clan deal with you, or you can die in my hands. Which do you prefer? I promise that it will be a swift death if you choose the latter. Or I can kill you and leave this place before they arrive. The demon emperor instantly jumped into action and flew towards Yuan. Without even trying to dodge, Yuan casually pointed at the demon emperor and muttered in a low voice, "Demon sealing zone." Bang! The demon emperor slammed into the barrier that suddenly restrained it. To tell you the truth, in my current condition, would have no chance to defeat you before you used blood separation, so I must thank you for giving me this chance. Once I take care of you, I will find the rest of the stray demons and take care of them as well, eventually. Damn you, divine paragon. Just like before, you appear out of the blue to threaten our existence. Unfortunately for you, things will be different this time. You may have defeated me today, but you will not defeat the demon clan. Soon, you will know the true power of demons, when a real ancient steps foot into this pathetic world. The demon emperor began laughing in a crazed manner. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yuan frowned slightly after hearing the demon emperor's words. He isn't normally bothered by demons' provocation, but it was different this time. An ancient, huh? I have never tasted a demon core belonging to an ancient before, so this will be my first. Ha ha ha. That's right. You will tremble before the ancient. The demon emperor continued to laugh even though it knew it was moments away from being killed by the divine paragon. However, to the demon emperor's absolute surprise, Yuan suddenly removed the demon's sealing zone. What is the meaning of this? It looked at him with a look of disbelief. Nothing much. I have always wanted to fight an ancient, so I am going to let you go, as that would ensure I get to fight one in the future. Are you serious? You're willing to put the entire 9 heavens and every human in it at risk because of such a selfish reason? You're definitely not the divine paragon I know. Yuan showed a mysterious smile and said, "Then you don't really know me, but this is a statement that can be said for pretty much everyone." He then placed the mask back on his face, turned around, and walked out of the blood sphere, almost as though the blood wall didn't exist. Once Yuan was gone, the demon emperor no longer lingered and deactivated the blood sphere and used what little power it had left to run away from the scene right before the demon sealers arrived. Where's the demon? I swear I felt its presence coming from this location. A bunch of demon sealers including Grand Elder Suo showed up to the scene mere moments after the demon emperor's departure. As for Qian Chu, had long left the place, so he did not sense the demon emperor's presence. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to the demon sealing Grand Library, where he would remove his mask and stand before his statue, quietly staring at it for a long period of time, which puzzled the other demon sealers there that were wondering what he was doing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 822. Published at 29th of March 2022 9:09 and 5 seconds AM. Chapter 822. 822 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 822. A nasty individual, because you allowed the demon emperor to get away. Who knows how many innocent lives would be lost now. And you did this all for what? To fight this ancient thing? Yuan muttered in a low voice as he stared at the divine paragon statue. In his eyes, the statue suddenly turned into the real divine paragon, and he spoke. Ancients are the peak of the demon race. Above demon emperors are ancient demons, but they are not true ancients. Ancients are the first demons to have ever existed, and they all possess something all lower demons desire: complete control over their emotions. In other words, they don't have these random destructive urges that force them to go crazy, just like us humans. A demon that can control their emotions and thoughts, they are so powerful that a single one of them could probably destroy the entire 9 heavens. Yuan frowned and said, and you purposefully allowed the demon emperor to get away because you want to fight one of these ancients? This is insanity and incredibly selfish. I didn't know you were such a selfish individual until now. The divine paragon smiled. What's wrong with being selfish? Everyone is selfish in their own ways, and my selfishness is also yours. Don't forget that we are one and the same. I don't get it. You were the first person to start hunting demons, yet you allowed a dangerous demon like the demon emperor to get away today. What is your motive? Why did you start the demon sealing clan and start hunting demons in the first place? The divine paragon smiled at Yuan's question and said, if you want the answers, search for them in your memories. Defeat the 4th floor of the demon sealing pagoda and you will have your answers. One more thing. The 8th leader of the demon sealing clan, he's a nasty individual. He intended on letting everyone at the tournament die today. I highly recommend that you stay away from him until you're strong enough to confront him, and no matter what you do not reveal your true identity. I have a good feeling that he will do whatever it takes to remain as the leader of the demon sealing clan, so anything that threatens his position will be disposed of. The divine paragon returned to being a statue the next moment. Yuan sighed. There was nothing he could do right now besides to continue his training. Now that there is a demon emperor and 2 more potential demon emperors on the loose somewhere in the 9 heavens, he wants to be prepared before encountering them. Yuan went to the training area shortly after and began training his demon sealing techniques. Now that he's completely mastered the demon sealing strike, he will be moving on to other demon sealing techniques. The following day, Yanhara showed up at the training area to look for Yuan. Once she found him training alone, she approached him with a smile on her face. Hey. Yuan stopped training and turned to look at her. Senior Yan. How are you feeling? Yuan bowed to her before asking. Alive, she said. And she continued, I'm sorry that you had to witness such a pathetic fight. I was completely useless in that fight. If not for the leader, I would have also died to the demon emperor. Yuan shook his head. Don't feel bad, senior. You went up against a demon emperor and survived. Not many people could say the same. I'm not sure if that makes me feel any better since I am only alive because of Leader Qian, but thank you. Yanhara showed a bittersweet smile. Anyways, I have scheduled your next examination. It will be in 5 days. If you cannot make it, I can reschedule it for you. I will make it. Yuan nodded. By the way, who became the next Supreme Demon Sealer? He then asked her. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yanhara showed a bittersweet smile before responding. Although nobody managed to kill or seal the Demon Emperor, they decided to give it to Suo Rengan because his overall performance was better. Some people also say it's because of his background as Grand Elder Suo's grandson that gave him an advantage, but if he doesn't qualify to become a Supreme Demon Sealer, I also don't qualify. However, I won't let this defeat discourage me. I will definitely win the next tournament and become a Supreme Demon Sealer. Yanhara spoke with her fist held tightly. I have faith in you. Yuan said. You cheeky little thing. I should be the one saying such words to you. Anyways, I won't stay here for long since I still have some important business to attend to. Before I leave, I should warn you that things might get a little crazy for a bit, so you should watch out. What do you mean? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yanhara looked around to make sure nobody was near them, and then she said in a low voice, because of what happened to the Demon Sealing Grotto's 3 demon sealers, the Demon Sealing clan is anticipating some kind of altercation with them soon, which might lead to some fights between the demon sealers from each party, so you should be careful. What makes the situation even worse is that only the demon sealers from the Demon Sealing Grotto had died during the tournament, so there are people speculating that it was a trap set up by the Demon Sealing clan to lower the Demon Sealing Grotto's power. After all, losing 3 master demon sealers in one day is very damaging even to a powerful place like the Demon Sealing Grotto. If any demon sealers from the Demon Sealing Grotto try to provoke you, ignore them. If they try to start a fight, try your best to ignore them. We don't need any more drama now. Yuan nodded. I understand. Good. If anything happens within the Grand Library, you can contact me through my communication jade slip. If you are outside. Well. Good luck. Yanhara left the scene shortly after warning Yuan about potential disputes between the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto in the future. Although everything appeared to be normal now, it was only because not everybody had heard of the situation yet, which would undoubtedly change within the next few days. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 823. Published at 31st of March 2022 7:40 and 1 second AM. Chapter 823. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. After Yanhara left, Yuan returned to training his demon sealing techniques, increasing many mastery levels for a couple of the weaker techniques, but he could not stop thinking about the Demon Emperor and the Divine Paragon's reason for letting it escape. Even though he knew it was because the Divine Paragon wanted to fight the Ancient, he still couldn't fathom such a reasoning. Why would the Divine Paragon risk having the demons rule the 9 heavens again just so he could have a fight with an Ancient? Just because he is a selfish person who doesn't care about the lives of others? But the Divine Paragon wouldn't have started hunting demons in the first place if that was the case. It didn't make sense to Yuan no matter how much he pondered about it. I will have my answers once I defeat the 4th floor of the Demon Sealing Pagoda, but that is easier said than done. Yuan sighed inwardly. Even with his ridiculous talent, such a goal seemed unfathomably distant. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do for now except to practice. Yuan would increase the mastery level of multiple demon sealing techniques on that day, but they were all low-ranking techniques. He wanted to completely master all the weaker techniques before focusing on the stronger ones. At the end of the day, Yuan began making his way outside the Grand Library, but he stopped right before the exit, mostly because he was forced to stop, as there was a crowd of people that blocked the path there. What's going on? Yuan asked one of the people closest to him. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but there are people fighting at the entrance, blocking everyone. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Since he couldn't see the situation with his bare eyes, he decided to use his divine sense to look at the situation, and sure enough, he could see a large group of people blocking the path. There appeared to be 2 sides in this large group. One of them belonged to the Demon Sealing clan while the other group was from the Demon Sealing Grotto. Because of your Demon Sealing clan's leaders' incompetence, 3 of our master demon sealers are dead. Your Grand Elder was there as well. You cannot put all the blame on us. Screw you. We all know the tournament was a malicious plot by the Demon Sealing clan to hurt our clan. Why else would they suddenly use a Demon Emperor when all previous tournaments used demon generals and lower-ranking demons? Once Yuan overheard these people arguing with each other, he immediately understood the context and why they were fighting. Soon, the verbal argument between these 2 groups escalated, turning into a full fight. The spectators there quickly scattered to give them room. Unfortunately, most of the lecturers in the Grand Library were absent due to the same important meeting Yanhara was attending, so there was basically nobody to stop the fighting between these two groups. Furthermore, the fight grew bigger because the other demon sealers would join in to assist their own companions. Very soon, half of the people within the Grand Library were fighting. Not wanting to participate in the fight, mostly because he was the weakest cultivator in this place, Yuan went to Yen Harris' room and locked himself inside. Of course, he had the option to log off, or so he thought. Hopefully, the fighting doesn't last for too long. Yuan sighed as he took a seat in the empty room. After many minutes of pure silence, a voice suddenly resounded. Young master. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Feng Yuxiang appeared before him a moment later with a perplexed look on her face. Feng. What's up? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzling manner when he saw her expression. Young master. I wanted to wait until you are willing to tell us by yourself, but I simply cannot endure my curiosity any longer, and I was hoping you could answer a few of my questions. Of course, you can refuse. What questions? Yuan asked. Well, there are times when you feel like an entirely different person. At first, I thought it was only my imagination, but after witnessing what happened today, it appears to me that you have a second personality in you. Feng Yuxiang expressed her worries. Oh. Yuan immediately realized what Feng Yuxiang was talking about. In fact, had completely forgotten that Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying were with him this entire time, so they saw everything when he turned into the divine paragon. Yuan quickly began trying to think of an excuse, but when nothing came up, he decided to tell them the truth. This is going to make me sound crazy, but it appears that I am the reincarnation of the divine paragon. Yuan revealed the truth to them for the first time. Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened, and she remained silent for the next few minutes, seemingly unable to find the proper words to respond to Yuan's claims. Seeing Feng Yuxiang's reaction, Yuan quickly said, just kidding. You see, it's okay, young master. I believe you. Feng Yuxiang suddenly interrupted. And she continued, I am just surprised, that's all. In case you forgot, I am a phoenix, and we symbolize immortality and resurrection, which is just another word for reincarnation. If I do not believe in reincarnation, I might as well stop being a phoenix. However, I must admit, I have never actually witnessed or experienced reincarnation for myself. Can you tell me why you believe that you are the reincarnation of the divine paragon, young master? You may look exactly like him, but that's not really concrete proof. Yuan nodded, and he said, sit down. This might be a long story. Once Feng Yuxiang sat beside him, Yuan began explaining about his situation to her. It all started with this weird dream, where I met someone who looked exactly like me, but he was much older. Chapter 824. Published at 31st of March 2022 10:40 and 41 seconds AM. Chapter 824. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. After spending many minutes explaining his situation to Feng Yuxiang, Yuan patiently waited for her response. Feng Yuxiang spoke after digesting all of the information. I understand why you think you are the reincarnation of the divine paragon now, but there's something I don't understand. You said there is someone besides the divine paragon who appears in your dreams? Yuan nodded, yes, and he said that I had reincarnated more than once. That is possible, right? As long as one's soul isn't destroyed, they should be able to reincarnate continuously. But like ID already said, I am not really experienced in this matter. Also, while there have been many people in the past that claim to have memories of their past lives, they have never been able to prove it properly. Of course, that is not to say I don't believe you, but I think we should investigate your situation further before we come to any conclusions. Feng Yuxiang said. What do you suggest I do? First of all, we need to make sure that the memories in your head are real. After all, there are techniques out there that can feed into or alter one's memories, so there is a chance that something like that happened to you. How can I tell if my memories are real or fake? Yuan raised his eyebrows. There are treasures out there that can help you, but it's not going to be cheap, and even if we have enough money, I doubt we'll be able to find it in this world. So we just need to go to a higher heaven, right? I have been thinking about challenging the stairway to heaven again since I am already reaching the limits of this world. Yuan said. When do you intend on leaving? I want to leave after Min Li finishes her disciple examination, he said. That quickly? You don't want to explore this world anymore? Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows. Well, I have a lot of questions that I want to be answered, but I won't find the answers in the spirit heaven, so there's really no reason for me to stay there any longer. Fair enough. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything else. However, after a moment of silence, she spoke again. By the way, young master, if your memories turn out to be true, that you're truly the reincarnation of the divine paragon, what are you going to do? Nothing. I am going to continue living my life as it is. The divine paragon's life ended with him. I have no reason to continue his legacy, nor do I want to. And even if I wanted to continue his legacy, I don't even know anything about him. I see. After another moment of silence, Feng Yuxiang said, Young master, once we return to spirit heaven, let's go visit the House of Riches to see if they have the treasure required for your memories. Sure. Yuan nodded. They still have 2 weeks until Min Li's disciple examination, anyway. About 3 hours later, Yuan was finally able to log off the game. You're late today. Dinner just ended. Chu Liuxiang said to him after he returned to the real world. Sorry, but I wasn't able to log off due to some unexpected circumstances. Oh. Tell me about it if you want to. Yuan nodded and told her about the situation between the Demon Sealing clan and the Demon Sealing grotto before they went to sleep. Meanwhile, somewhere in spirit heaven, Min Li was wandering the wilderness in search of magical beasts to hunt. After spending many minutes searching, Min Li finally encountered a first-level spirit warrior magical beast. However, before she could even get close to the magical beast, a powerful pressure appeared, instantly flattening the magical beast. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The excitement on Min Li's face immediately disappeared when she saw this, and she turned around to look at the small figure following her. How am I supposed to train if you keep killing them before I can even do anything? This is the 3rd time already. Do you hold some kind of grudge against me? Min Li asked Xiao Hua. Brother Yuan told me to keep you safe. Xiao Hua said in a calm voice. I know he told you that, but I don't think he said anything about preventing me from training. I can handle myself, so can you just let me train properly, please? I will let you know when I need help. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hua quietly nodded her head. Thank you. Min Li returned to looking for magical beasts shortly after. Once she found one, she turned to glare at Xiao Hua to make sure she didn't forget about their agreement. Sometime later, she approached the magical beast and started fighting it while Xiao Hua watched from a distance. Seeing that she could finally have some practice, Min Li fought the magical beast to the best of her abilities, and after many minutes of going back and forth, the magical beast was slain by her. After her first kill, Min Li would spend the rest of the night hunting magical beasts, acquiring 2 monster cores that she would use for her cultivation once she went to the cultivator's haven in the nearest city. The following day, Yuan logged into Cultivation online after breakfast. Who's there? The moment Yuan appeared in Cultivation online, he was greeted by a sword that was only inches away from his neck. It's me. Yuan responded in a nervous voice. Little founder? You scared me just now. How did you come inside without making a sound? Yan Hara retrieved her sword after realizing that it was him. Well, but before Yuan could even explain, Yan Hara continued, anyways, are you okay? I hope you didn't participate in yesterday's fight. Yes, I am fine. I hid in here while everyone else fought. He nodded. What happened after the fight? He then asked. Yan Hara sighed. Many demon sealers from both sides were injured, and someone from our side even died. In fact, the higher-ups have decided to close the Grand Library for all demon sealers until further notice. Chapter 825. Published at 1st of April 2022 3:27 and 7 seconds AM. Chapter 825. 825 If audio player doesn't work, Press stop then play button again. Chapter 825. Pill of Truth. What? The Grand Library will be closed? What about the examination? Will it be cancelled as well? Yuan asked after learning about the situation. No, the examination will continue as scheduled. Although the Grand Library is closed, as official lecturers, we can still enter, and we can bring other demon sealers into the Grand Library as long as you're not alone. So I can still learn demon sealing techniques as long as I am with you? Yes. Seeing Yanhara nod, Yuan sighed in relief. However, I will be very busy for a while, so my time in the Grand Library will be very limited. Yanhara warned him a moment later. I understand. After speaking with Yanhara, Yuan decided to leave the Grand Library and return to Spirit Heaven. But before he left, Yanhara asked him, by the way, where are you coming to the Grand Library from? Myriad of techniques? Yuan responded in a questioning tone. I mean, where in the 9 heavens? Oh, I am currently in Spirit Heaven. What? Spirit Heaven? Yanhara's eyes widened with surprise. It was quite shocking for someone of Yuan's talent to be in Spirit Heaven. In fact, Yanhara expected Yuan to come from no lower than the 5th heaven, so one can imagine her surprise after learning the truth. If only she knew that had actually originated from the lower heavens. What about you, senior? Where are you from? Yuan broke the silence and asked her. I'm currently in the 7th heaven. She responded in a dazed voice. 7th heaven. It'll be a while before we can see each other outside of this place. Fortunately, we can see each other in this place. You don't need to reach the 7th heaven. As long as you reach the 6th heaven, I will be able to come to you. Yanhara said. Are you sure? Won't it be expensive to go to a lower world? That is only the case if I want to go below the 6th heaven. Things work differently once you enter the 6th heaven. The lower heaven and spirit heaven are relatively the same. We call these 2 worlds the mortal realm. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th heaven aren't that much different from each other since their cultivators are all between Spirit King and Spirit Sovereigns, with the limit being Spirit Sovereigns. Once you reach the 6th heaven, that is where things change drastically, as there is no longer a limit to one's cultivation level, so it won't require as many resources for me to go down there. I see. Thank you for the explanation. I will let you know when I reach the 6th heaven. Yuan said to her afterward. Good luck. Yanhara nodded. Once Yuan left the Grand Library, Yanhara mumbled to herself, even with his talents, it'll probably take him a couple hundred years before he can reach the 6th heaven. Fortunately for her, who still has tens of thousands of years of longevity, a few hundred years won't mean too much to her, and if she enters seclusion, that amount of time might pass in a flash. After leaving the Grand Library, Yuan left the myriad of techniques and started making his way towards the House of Riches. A few hours later, he was standing before the auction house once again. I think it would make things smoother if I enter with you, young master. Feng Yuxiang said before appearing beside him. Yuan nodded without saying anything since he knew that she was an expert in these situations. The 2 of them approached the front door shortly after. Welcome to the House of Riches. How may I assist you too? A worker asked them when they entered the building. Since the auction house wasn't open for business, there was nobody outside, but guests could still go there to sell their treasures there. We're looking for a specific treasure, and we want the auction house to help us find it. Feng Yuxiang said. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The worker looked a little dazed after hearing Feng Yuxiang's request. After snapping out of it, he spoke, I am sorry, but we don't offer that kind of service here. Right now, we're only buying treasures and accepting reservations for future auctions. Before the worker could even finish his sentence, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and pushed him to the side. Welcome back to our humble place, esteemed guest. Please ignore what this newcomer just said, he doesn't know what he's talking about. We'll be more than happy to assist you in finding your treasure. The person who just showed up said to them. Of course, this person recognized Feng Yuxiang from the Flood Dragon Scale auction. The male worker that had been interrupted suddenly said with a baffled look on his face, "Cut the crap. You're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about. I have worked here way before you started." The female worker frowned and said, "And today will be your last day here if you continue to interrupt us. They are esteemed guests of the House of Riches, and they're friends of Senior Gu." The male worker's face immediately paled, and he turned to look at Feng Yuxiang and Yuan before lowering his head. "I am sorry, can we just get this over with?" Feng Yuxiang said with a nonchalant expression. "Of course. Please, follow me. Senior Gu is absent today, so I will take care of you too." The female worker then said. "Prepare the best tea for our guests." The female worker said to the male worker. "Right away." Feng Yuxiang and Yuan proceeded to follow the female worker to the best guest room in the building. Once they sat down, the female worker asked them, "What kind of treasure are you looking for, esteemed guests?" "We're looking for the pill of truth. Do you know of it?" Feng Yuxiang asked the worker, but she didn't need a response to know the answer, as the worker had a puzzled face after hearing the pill. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 826. Published at 1st of April 2022 5:18 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 826, 826. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 826, Moonlight City. Indeed, the worker would shake her head the next moment and spoke, "I'm sorry, but I have never heard of the pill of truth before. You don't need to be knowledgeable about it to search for it. Honestly, I don't expect it to appear in spirit heaven, but I want to try." Feng Yuxiang said. The worker nodded. "Okay, I will let Senior Gu know as soon as she returns." "Oh, do you have a time limit?" "Yes. 2 weeks. If you cannot find it by then, you can forget about it." "I understand." Feng Yuxiang retrieved a small wooden box and placed it before the female worker. "If you can find the pill of truth, I will give this to the House of Riches to show my appreciation." "May I?" "Go ahead." The female worker picked up the box and opened it. Her eyes widened with shock when she saw what was inside. This is royal grade spirit jade?" "Are you sure?" "A spirit jade of this size is worth over 100 million spirit stones, only if you can find the pill of truth," Feng Yuxiang said before taking the spirit jade back. "We won't let you down," the worker said with a serious face. "Good luck," Feng Yuxiang said to her. "Young master, shall we leave now?" she asked him a moment later. "Yes." As they prepared to leave, the female worker bowed to them and said, "Once again, thank you for the FL, ahem." Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat in a loud and unnatural manner, interrupting the worker. When she looked up, she could see Feng Yuxiang staring at her with hidden killing intent in her gaze. The female worker swallowed nervously and didn't dare to finish her sentence after seeing this. Feng, what are you doing?" Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows. "And nothing. Let's go," Feng Yuxiang quickly said. Once they left the House of Riches, Feng Yuxiang asked, "What should we do now, young master?" "I don't know, but we have plenty of time before the disciple examination." He shrugged. Feng Yuxiang pondered for a moment before speaking. "Then how about I take you to the person who can remove destiny seals? It might be a while before you can acquire techniques that allow you to destroy destiny seals, as they're quite rare." "Let's do that." Yuan nodded. "I don't actually know where this person is, but I know someone who does. Follow me." Feng Yuxiang took Yuan to the teleportation device. After traveling to a couple of different cities with the teleportation device, they arrived at Moonlight City. The Moonlight City is one of the smaller cities within Spirit Heaven, but they're one of the most popular ones due to their purpose. The Moonlight Brokers operate this entire city, and they're a group of people that sell or buy information for money or treasures. If you ever need information about something, you can just come here. Also, they exist in the other realms as well. Feng Yuxiang introduced the place to Yuan. Once they were inside the city, Yuan could see why Feng Yuxiang called this city small, as there were many stores cramped beside each other with barely any space between each other. Are all of these stores brokers? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang as they walked the crowded street. Not all of them. Some of them are just regular businesses. Look at that store over there. Do you see that crescent symbol hanging on the door? That indicates the store is part of the Moonlight Brokers. All brokers in this city must have the symbol to operate, or they are selling information illegally and aren't as credible. I see. Why did we go to the auction house if we can just ask the people here about the pill of truth? Yuan suddenly realized this. Although the information brokers in this place know almost everything about this world, they don't know everything, and there are resources the House of Riches have that this city may not and vice versa. That's why it's better to visit multiple sources. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Anyways, do you see that tall building in the distance? That is Moonlight Broker's main building, as well as our destination. Many minutes later, they arrived at the front of the tall building. That's a lot of people. Yuan sighed when he saw the massive queue outside the place. At this rate, it might be hours before they can even enter the building. Don't worry, young master. I have a way for us to skip the line. Stay here for a moment. Feng Yuxiang said before she started walking towards the entrance, ignoring the entire queue. The line is back there. The guard at the entrance said to Feng Yuxiang. Feng Yuxiang didn't say anything and retrieved a piece of paper from her spatial ring before shoving it in the guard's face. The guard didn't know what he was looking at, but he recognized the crescent symbol on it. Please wait a moment. The guard went inside the building for a minute, returning with a middle-aged man. Can you show what you just showed me to him? The guard asked Feng Yuxiang. This is. The moment the middle-aged man saw the papers, his eyes widened with shock. Welcome back to Moonlight City, Benefactor Feng. The middle-aged man lowered his head and bowed to her, dumbfounding the guards there, as they have never seen the middle-aged man acting in such a manner before. I'm here to buy information, said Feng Yuxiang in a calm voice. Please, follow me inside. The boss will handle it. The middle-aged man said. The boss? The guards were truly shocked now. Feng Yuxiang nodded before turning to look at Yuan and gesturing for him to go to her. Is everything okay? Yuan asked. Yes, they have agreed to work with us. Feng Yuxiang said with a smile. Sometime later, the middle-aged man led the two of them to the top floor before entering a luxuriously decorated room. Please wait a moment while I call for the boss. The middle-aged man bowed to them before leaving the place. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 827. Chapter 827, Benefactor Feng. After leaving Feng Yuxiang and Yuan in the room, the middle-aged man rushed to the room that was only at the end of the hall. He banged on the door and shouted, "Boss you! This is an emergency." The door flew open the next moment, and the middle-aged man rushed inside, standing before this beautiful woman with a cold expression on her face. What is it? Benefactor Feng has returned. The middle-aged man immediately said. Benefactor Feng? Who the heck is that? However, the boss didn't appear to recognize this person. The middle-aged man looked surprised for a second before snapping out of his daze and continuing, Benefactor Feng. She was the person who saved Madame Yu, your mother, when she was on the verge of death. Did you already forget? Madame Yu even told us to never forget this name even after her. The beautiful woman suddenly stood up with a look of realization on her face. Where is this person? She exclaimed. They're currently waiting in the guest room on this. Before the middle-aged man could even finish his sentence, the beautiful woman rushed outside and went to the room Feng Yuxiang and Yuan were staying in. After opening the door in an exaggerated manner, the beautiful woman turned to look at the two figures sitting inside the room, and her gaze immediately landed on Feng Yuxiang. Are you really benefactor Feng? The beautiful woman asked Feng Yuxiang in a trembling voice. Who are you? I was expecting you Xian. Feng Yuxiang looked at the woman with raised eyebrows. Yu Xian, my mother, is no longer here. She passed 900 years ago. The woman responded in a low voice. The room turned silent for a long moment before Feng Yuxiang broke the silence and spoke. You have my condolences. I heard a lot about you from my mother, benefactor Feng. You saved my mother when she was attacked by a powerful magical beast, and you even helped the moonlight brokers flourish. On her deathbed, my mother told me to repay her debt to you since she was never able to. Yu said. You don't need to repay any debts. It has been thousands of years since I left this place, and all of Yuzin's debt has already been paid. What? Then why did she tell me to? Don't think too much about it. Anyways, I am here today with my young master to buy some information. Feng Yuxiang gestured for Yu to take a seat. After a moment of silence, Yu took a seat before them and spoke. What do you want to know? Don't worry about the payment. You have already contributed enough to the moonlight brokers with your generous donations before. Feng Yuxiang nodded and spoke. First of all, do you have any information on the pill of truth? We're looking for it. Pill of truth? Something that precious won't exist in this world, at least I'm not aware of it. Yu shook her head. However, I will have my people look deeper into it just in case. You should have a real response by the end of the day. Feng Yuxiang nodded, and she continued, as for my next request. I want to know where I can find Jia Chong. Jia Chong. The Wandering Array Master. Yu held a complicated look on her face as she spoke. Yes. Feng Yuxiang calmly nodded. Yu sighed. I knew things wouldn't be easy with you, but to think you want to look for Jia Chong. Do you know what happened the last time I sold information on his whereabouts? He slaughtered the people that went looking for him and destroyed nearly half of my city. Although Jia Chong is, without a doubt, the best array master in spirit heaven, he's also crazy. He believes that all of his encounters should be natural, and anybody that purposefully seeks out for him is trying to mess with his flow of nature, whatever that means. Feng Yuxiang showed a confident smile on her face as she spoke. Don't worry, I can guarantee you that he won't do anything to us. What about my city? He said that he'd completely erase this city if we sell him again. Yu sighed. We won't tell him that we found him through the moonlight brokers, so he won't do anything to you guys. If he does show up, you can simply deny it. After spending many moments pondering her answer, Yu finally came to a conclusion. Alright, well, tell you about his whereabouts. However, the location itself is also quite dangerous. It's a place only someone insane like Jia Chong would dare traverse. There's only one place in spirit heaven that could be considered quite dangerous. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a low voice. It's the Demon's Valley. Yu said, confirming Feng Yuxiang's thoughts. Demon's Valley? Yuan exclaimed when he heard such an ominous name. Are there demons in this place? He quickly asked. Yu chuckled at Yuan's question and shook her head. Of course not. Demons no longer exist. However, the Demon's Valley has a polluted environment that can cause people to go insane if they stay in there for too long, and the magical beasts in there are much more powerful than the ones you find everywhere else in spirit heaven. I see. Yu then continued, I don't know of his exact location, but I do know that he's currently in Demon's Valley. If you want to find him, you should go there as soon as possible since I don't know when he'll leave, but then again, he's been in that place for over a year already, way longer than he usually stays in one place. Thank you for the information. Feng Yuxiang said, and she turned to look at Yuan. What do you think, young master? Do you want to go now or later? Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's go after my examination in a few days. After that, we'll have an entire week to look for Jia Chong in Demon's Valley. Chapter 828. Chapter 828, Magical Beast Store, I understand. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Yuan turned to look at Yu Yin and asked her, by the way, is there a myriad of techniques near the Demon's Valley? Yu Yin pondered for a moment before nodding her head. Yes, there is a small town about 50 miles from the Demon's Valley. They have a myriad of techniques there. Thank you. However, I must warn you, that town is weird. Most people say it's due to the Demon's Valley that's leaking its chaotic energy outside, but there are many crazy people in that place. If you go there, try not to stay there for too long. I understand. Yuan nodded. Is there anything else you want to know about, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. I have nothing else. We can leave, he said. Why, you're leaving already? Yu Yin asked them. Yes, we have everything we need. But we'll return later for the pill of truth. Feng Yuxiang said. Unless you have something for us? Well, I want to buy information from you, Benefactor Feng. Yu Yin said. Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows in a questioning manner. What kind of information? Information about my mother. I want to know about the time you spent with her. But I have to be with the young master. It's okay, Feng. Stay here and talk with her. Yuan quickly said. I'll look around the city by myself, and I still have Ying with me. You can come back after you're done here. If you say so, young master. Feng Yuxiang reluctantly nodded. Thus, Feng Yuxiang stayed behind with Yu Yin while Yuan left the building by himself. Trust me, there isn't that much to talk about. I just happened to stumble on Wuxia when she was in trouble and decided to save her. After that, I invested some money in the moonlight brokers so that I could also benefit from them. That's all. Feng Yuxiang said. Even then, I still want to hear about it, your time with my mother. Very well, but my time isn't cheap, especially when you're making me leave my young master's side. Yu Yin nodded her head with a resolute face. Feng Yuxiang sighed, and she began recalling her experience with Wuxia to the best of her abilities, as it has been thousands of years since it happened. Meanwhile, Yuan wandered Moonlight City aimlessly. Although it was a small city, it was incredibly active with shops left and right. After walking for a few minutes, Yuan stopped by this store that immediately caught his interest the moment he laid eyes on it, and it was one of the biggest buildings on the street. Magical Beast Store? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Ying, do you know anything about this kind of business? Yuan decided to ask her, who was a divine beast. Yes, there are people out there who make a living by capturing magical beasts to nurture and train before selling them to beast tamers. However, it wasn't that popular in the mythic realm, so it rarely happened. Lan Ying responded. Beast tamers. They are cultivators that fight with magical beasts as their companions, right? Does this make me a beast tamer? You're technically a beast tamer since you have tamed 2 divine beasts, but you're nothing like a beast tamer since you don't ask us to fight for you, and you see us as more than just servants, which is something most beast tamers don't do. I see. I haven't really come across any beast tamers since I started cultivating. Are they that rare? I'm not really sure about the beast tamers out here since I was born inside the mystic realm. However, they're not that popular within the mystic realm since it requires a lot of resources and effort to train a magical beast. Even if you form a contract with a magical beast, it doesn't necessarily mean that they'll listen to you. Furthermore, they still have to cultivate their own bodies even though their servants do most of the work. If you ask me, only wealthy cultivators would become beast tamers due to the amount of resources it requires. That makes sense. Yuan mumbled. In the end, Yuan's curiosity got the best of him, so he went inside the building to take a look. This isn't what I expected. It's quite clean in here. Yuan thought to himself when he saw the interiors of the building. For some reason, he expected the place to resemble an animal store, but he couldn't see any magical beasts on display. Hello, how may I help you? A tall middle-aged man approached Yuan shortly after he stepped inside the store. I'm just looking around, he said. I see. Are you interested in magical beasts? The man then asked. A little. Then have you ever thought about becoming a beast tamer? Beast tamers are cultivators that command magical beasts on the battlefield. No, I have never thought about becoming a beast tamer. Yuan shook his head. Perhaps you might start thinking about it after today. Follow me, I will show you the magical beasts that we have in stock. Yuan knew that the middle-aged man was trying to get him to buy a magical beast, but he didn't care and followed the man, as he was truly intrigued in the types of magical beasts that were being sold. After following the man to the counter, Yuan watched as the man retrieved 4 books and placed them before him. We have 4 main categories for our magical beasts: power, agility, flight, and special. Those in the power category are magical beasts with naturally high strength, but they come with slower speed most of the time. Magical beasts in the agility category are the opposite with lower strength but higher speed. The flight category should be self-explanatory. They're all magical beasts that can fly. As for the special category, they're mostly rare magical beasts that are hard to acquire. Which category would you like to see first? Chapter 829. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 829. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 829. Nature of Magical Beasts. Chapter 829. Nature of Magical Beasts. The special category, I guess? Yuan responded after pondering for a few moments. Very well. The man pushed the other 3 books to the side before placing the special category in front of Yuan. Here you go, buddy. Take your time. Yuan opened the book and began flipping through the pages, and he could see names of magical beasts and painted pictures of them on each page. He didn't recognize any of these magical beasts, mostly because he hasn't really encountered any magical beasts since he arrived in Spirit Heaven. However, judging by their appearance and description, most of these magical beasts appeared to be quite powerful. By the way, I should let you know in advance that these magical beasts are all matured. If you wish to look for immature magical beasts, you'll have to visit our action house. Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, why does it matter if they're mature or not? The man chuckled and said, it matters a lot. Mature magical beasts are more difficult to control and train, while immature magical beasts will give you a much easier time. Also, if you properly nurture an immature magical beasts until their maturity, they will be much more powerful than a magical beast that raised itself in the wild. This is why most people prefer immature magical beasts. A few minutes later, Yuan closed the book and shook his head. Sorry, but I am not interested in these magical beasts. Don't worry, we have a lot more magical beasts in the other categories. In fact, the special category has the least choices due to their rarity. Also, just because they are rare doesn't make them more powerful. There are magical beasts in the other categories that are extremely powerful. Thank you for the offer, but I don't think my decision will change even if I look at the other categories. Yuan shook his head. I see. The man took back the books before putting them away. Anyways, if you ever chance your mind, you know where to find us. We have new magical beasts almost every week. If you're looking for immature magical beasts, you should give our action house a visit. It's only a couple of streets away. Okay. Yuan nodded. He left the place shortly after and began wandering the city again. Ying, I must ask, how do you feel about cultivators capturing magical beasts and selling them? Yuan suddenly asked her. He was worried that she might be feeling disgusted by such a business. After all, she is technically a magical beast as well, and it would be akin to watching her own people being sold. You don't have to worry about me, I don't feel anything about it. Lan Ying responded in a calm voice. Even though we are all technically magical beasts, we do not see each other like humans see other humans. For humans, regardless of your background, you are still considered as humans, and you are able to feel empathy towards other humans, but that is not the case for us magical beasts, as we see other races as a different species. In fact, we do not feel intimacy even towards our own race. The most important thing to magical beasts are their connections with one another, just like my connection with you. I wouldn't feel anything if a stranger died before my eyes, but I would feel pain if I saw you hurt. That's just how all magical beasts function, and that is precisely why we don't care if cultivators capture or hunt other magical beasts. In fact, magical beasts also hunt other magical beasts for their cultivation, so we have no right to judge humans for their actions. I see. Although Yuan was relieved that Lan Yingying wasn't affected by the magical beast store, he also didn't know that to think about how magical beasts treat each other. Sometime later, Yuan stopped before a store that sold treasures. I don't really need any treasures, but the others would find them useful. However, I don't know that kind of treasures to get for them. Yuan pondered about what kind of treasures he sold get for Wang Ming and the others. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Eventually, he decided to just give them the resources to buy the treasures themselves. About 2 hours later, Feng Yuxiang returned to his side. I apologize for keeping you waiting, young master, she said to him the moment she got back. You don't need to apologize for everything, Feng. Yuan said with a smile. How was it? Was she satisfied? He then asked, I think so. She nodded. That's good. What should we do now, young master? Shall we start making our way towards the Demon's Valley? Not yet. I need to meet with my companions back at the hotel first, then we'll make our way to the Demon's Valley. I understand. Thus, they started their journey back to the original city. That night, Yuan said to the others, I have some things to give you all. Meet me at the square tonight. It won't take long. After dinner, everybody returned to their room and logged into Cultivation online. They all gathered at the square and waited for Yuan to arrive. I will be busy for a while, so I want to give you these before I leave. Yuan handed each of them a storage pouch. Can we open it now? Wang Ming asked. Go ahead. Yuan nodded. They all opened the storage pouch to find 10,000 spirit stones inside. 10,000 spirit stones? That's worth 100 million gold coins. Are you sure you want to give this much money to us? Shi Lang was shocked. It's really not that much, but it should be more than enough to assist you and your cultivation until you reach Spirit Master. Also, I plan on ascending to the next realm soon. He suddenly said. What? Already? It hasn't even been that long since you came here. Wang Ming asked. I'm almost a spirit king. My cultivation will improve very slowly if I remain in this realm, hence my decision. I see. Chapter 830. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 38 seconds p.m. Chapter 830. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 830. Upcoming disciple examination. Yuan, do you need me to come with you? Chu Liuxiang asked him shortly after he handed them spirit stones. It's going to be a dangerous journey, and I don't know that to expect, so it would be for the best if I went alone. Yuan shook his head. Dangerous? How dangerous? Li Jinsi asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. It's a place called Demon's Valley, and according to the person who gave me this information, it can make people go crazy if they go there. That doesn't sound good, at all. Meishio said with a worried frown on her face. I will be fine. Yuan showed her a confident smile. After talking with the others for a couple more minutes, Yuan left the square and began making his way towards the Demon's Valley. A few hours later, near sunrise, Feng Yuxiang said, Young master, this is the furthest we can go using the teleportation device. We'll have to travel by ourselves now. Will we make it before the examination begins? He asked. We should barely make it if we don't stop. Feng Yuxiang nodded. That's good enough. They began flying towards their destination after leaving the city. During their journey, Yuan would spend most of his time staring at the scenery that was mostly filled with mountains and vast empty lands. At times, he would fly over small villages that only had a dozen houses at most. Eventually, he realized something. Feng, is it just me or is there a lack of water in this world? Yuan asked her. A lack of water? Feng Yuxiang started laughing after hearing his words. Young master, the the cultivation world is mostly made up of water. While it may seem like there is a lot of land, the truth is that compared to water, the 9 heavens is only 30% land. The spirit heaven is mostly land, but once you reach the upper heavens, most cities are separated by many seas, and it would require days if not weeks of traveling just to reach the next city if you do not have a good flying treasure. Speaking of flying treasures, where do I buy them? I don't personally need them, but I am thinking about giving them to my friends so that they can travel around more conveniently. Flying treasures are quite rare even in this world, and even if you find one, they're not that fast. You'll have to travel to the upper heavens if you want a good flying treasure, but if you still want some, I know of a place in this world that sells them. However, your schedule is a little tight right now. Yuan then said, it can wait until I finish my current appointments. A few hours later, Yuan descended and said, let's take a break. I will be back in 2 to 3 hours. Okay, Feng Yuxiang entered his body to rest, and Yuan logged off shortly after to have breakfast with the others. Guys, have you heard about the upcoming disciple examination? Apparently, some big sects are hosting this disciple examination about a week from now, and there are tens of thousands of players that will be participating. Wang Ming suddenly brought up the 7 Spirit Academy's disciple examination. Are you going to participate? Shi Lang asked him. I am thinking about it, but since Yuan will be ascending soon, that means we'll get to ascend as well, right? What's the point of joining a sect when I can join a much better sect in the next realm? Wang Ming said. Wang Bingbing raised her eyebrows and said, have you already forgotten about what happened recently? There are tens of thousands of players currently stuck in spirit heaven because they rushed to ascend without having sufficient strength, so they are forced to rely on stronger players to even leave the city. The next realm will surely be much harder than spirit heaven, and I doubt anyone but Yuan would be able to survive such a place. Now that you mention it. Wang Ming began reconsidering his decision. What do you think, Yuan? Should we join one of these sects? Hong Xiuquan suddenly asked him. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Honestly, I think it would benefit all of you if you joined a sect. Wang Bingbing is right. Even if I ascend to the next realm, I don't think you should follow me, especially since we don't know what's up there. Furthermore, the sects in question are top sects in spirit heaven, and there are 7 of them. I'm sure there's a lot of new things you can learn from them. The others exchanged glances with each other. So who's going to participate? Wang Ming asked them. I'll do it. Shi Lang said. We cannot rely on Yuan for everything. I am going to join a sect and improve myself from there. Wu Zhao nodded and said, I will also participate. I don't have anything else to do, anyway. One by one, the Demon's Sealing faction decided to join a sect. What about you, Li Jinsi? They turned to look at her. I'm fine by myself. She calmly responded, really? How do you even train yourself nowadays? Shi Murong asked her. I hunt monsters. She quickly replied, that's it? Li Jinsi nodded, as expected from the tyrannical gorilla. She probably enjoys hunting monsters all day. Wang Ming mumbled in a low voice. I heard you. Li Jinsi narrowed her eyes at him, causing him to tremble. It's just a joke. Anyways, I do not intend on joining any sections. I am satisfied with my current routine, and I get a lot of monster cores from it as well, she said a moment later. If that's what you want to do, we won't try to convince you. Shi Lang said. The 2 of you will probably follow Yuan when he ascends, right? Wang Bingbing suddenly turned to look at Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Of course. Chu Liuxiang immediately responded. Meishio also agreed by nodding her head. Chapter 831. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 831. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 831. Have you seen my son? After talking with the others for a couple more minutes, everyone returned to their own schedule, which consisted of mostly morning practice, so everyone except Yuan went to the training field. As for Yuan, he returned to so that he could continue making his journey to the Demon's Valley. Many hours later, Yuan could suddenly sense a chilly sensation on his skin, causing him to tremble slightly. However, it wasn't because of the weather, and a cultivator of his level wouldn't be affected by normal cold weather. What is this feeling? It's unpleasant. Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang, who didn't seem affected at all. It must be the Demon's Valley miasma, she said. You don't feel it? Yuan asked her with a raised eyebrow. No, it appears that the miasma doesn't affect divine beasts. However, this is truly unexpected. I didn't expect for the miasma to reach all the way here since we're still a few hours away from the town. It wasn't this bad the last time I was here. You came to the Demon's Valley before? Somewhat. I flew over it, but I never went inside, and that was thousands of years ago. I see. How was the place when you flew over it? It was desolate and had this grim atmosphere. That's all I can remember. Why is the place like this? Yuan continued to ask. Who knows? According to my knowledge, demons used to roam that land very frequently and even made it into some sort of stronghold, hence its name. However, after the demon clan was defeated by humans, they all seemingly disappeared, leaving behind this miasma that makes people crazy if they stay demons, huh? Honestly, I wanted to visit the Demon's Valley not entirely because of Jia Chong. I was intrigued by this place's name, so I wanted to see what it was like for myself. Yuan suddenly said. Do you think it's because of your memories as the divine paragon that made you interested in Demon's Valley? Feng Yuxiang then asked. Who knows, but it feels like I am always encountering demons, almost like we're fated to cross paths everywhere I go. Yuan sighed. A few hours later, Feng Yuxiang said, We're almost there, young master. Are you okay with the miasma? Do you feel unwell? Yuan shook his head. I am fine. The miasma is unpleasant and makes my skin crawl, but I don't feel any differently than normal. That's good to hear. But since we're going to the town first, I should talk a little about it. First of all, the town is a nameless place. It probably had a name before, but it was forgotten with time. I personally have never been to the town before, but I asked the moonlight brokers about it before I left, and Yuan told me that it's a town filled with crazy people, warning me that we shouldn't interact with them. According to her, many people go missing in that place, and its residents act like they're possessed by something. Due to its bad reputation, it rarely receives any guests. The only people that go to that place are cultivators who are interested in the Demon's Valley. There are rumors of hidden treasures within the Demon's Valley, so it's a hot spot for treasure hunters. Sounds like a complicated place. About an hour later, they arrived at the nameless town. The miasma inside this town is way stronger than anything I have felt outside. Yuan muttered in a low voice as he entered the town that didn't even have any guards. At first glance, the place looked very empty, almost as though it was a ghost town. However, he quickly realized that was not the case. Young master, they're watching us from their houses. Feng Yuxiang suddenly said to him. He nodded. Yes, I can see them with my divine sense. There is definitely something off about them. After walking around the town for about half an hour without seeing a single individual, Yuan sighed. How are we supposed to find the myriad of techniques if there's nobody to guide us there? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. This is a relatively small town, so we'll probably find it just by walking around. Feng Yuxiang said. After a few more minutes of wandering, Yuan finally found someone in the street, a very skinny old woman standing in the street with a dazed look on her pale face. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw this old woman that looked almost like a skeleton. Although he has never watched any horror movies before, Yu Rou used to tell him scary stories on special occasions, and in all of her stories, there would always be a creepy-looking old woman. Yuan's instincts told him to not approach this old woman, but he wanted to find the myriad of techniques as soon as possible or he would be late for the examination. Calm down. There's nothing this old woman can do to harm you. Yuan told this to himself as he approached the old woman at a slow but steady pace. Hello. Do you know where I can find the myriad of techniques? Yuan asked in a nervous but clear voice. However, the old woman acted as though she didn't even hear him, and she continued to stare at the space in front of her with a blank expression. Figuring that she didn't hear him, Yuan decided to ask her again in a louder voice. Do you know where I can find the myriad of techniques? This time, the old woman turned to look at him with stiff movement. Have you seen my son? She asked him in a hoarse voice. Yuan was taken aback by the old woman's response. No, I haven't. He eventually responded. The old woman then continued, do you know where my son is? He should have returned to me by now. Sorry, but I don't know where your son is. Yuan shook his head. After a moment of silence, the old woman suddenly started screaming, You took my son, didn't you? Give my son back. It was at this moment the old woman revealed her hands that had been hiding underneath her clothes, and it was clutching onto a kitchen knife. Die. The old woman brandished the kitchen knife at Yuan without any hesitation. Chapter 832. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 832. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 832. Nameless Town. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw the old woman brandishing her kitchen knife at him out of the blue. However, before he could even react, Feng Yuxiang, who had been prepared to act at a moment's notice, waved her hand and released a blast of spiritual energy at the aggressor, sending the old woman flying to the next street. Yuan stared at the old woman that had fallen a street away with a baffled look on his face, and he turned to look at Feng Yuxiang. Feng, did you really have to do that? That woman wasn't a cultivator, so there was no way that kitchen knife could have hurt me. Mortal or not, she dared to attack young master, so she will be punished. Feng Yuxiang said with a firm look on her face. I hope you didn't kill her. Yuan sighed. However, when he turned back to look at the street, he could not see the old woman anywhere. Huh? Where did she go? Yuan looked around, but he couldn't see even a shadow. She probably got scared and ran away. I didn't even use that much strength just now, so she should be fine. Feng Yuxiang said. Since there's nobody we can ask for help, I guess we can only continue to look for the myriad of techniques by ourselves. Eventually, Yuan gave up on walking on foot and started flying around the town. After about 15 minutes of circling around the desolate town, they finally found the myriad of techniques, which was hidden in a narrow space between two ordinary-looking buildings. If it were not for the fact that he'd seen the same entrance multiple times by now, Yuan would have definitely missed it. Upon entering the myriad of techniques, they were greeted by the usual scenery that was filled with warmth and light, the polar opposite of the nameless town. The tingly sensation on his skin immediately disappeared the moment Yuan entered the myriad of techniques, allowing him to finally breathe normally. Sometime later, he made his way to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library. After coming out of the portal in the Grand Library, Yuan approached the building in the distance, but it was completely empty there due to the drama between the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto. You're the little founder. What are you doing here? Didn't you hear? The Grand Library is closed until further notice. The man that gave Yuan the badge when he first arrived was still there to guard the entrance even though it was closed. I'm here to take my demon sealing examination with Senior Yen, he explained the situation to him. Give me a moment to confirm this. The man retrieved a communication jade slip and contacted Yen Hara, who was somewhere within the Grand Library. Are you expecting the little founder? He asked her. Yes, please let him inside. Yen Hara quickly responded. The man turned to look at Yuan and silently nodded. Thank you. Yuan bowed to the man before making his way inside the Grand Library. Once inside, he walked straight to the area with the Divine Paragon statue. When he arrived, he could see 5 people standing in front of the statue. Yuan immediately recognized 3 of these people. They were Yen Hara, Tang Zheng, and surprisingly, Wan Yu. As for the last 2 individuals, they were a beautiful young lady and a handsome young man that Yuan did not recognize at all. The young lady was wearing the Demon's Sealing Clan's uniform while the young man wore the Demon's Sealing Grotto's uniform. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. You're late, little founder. Yanhara said to him in a relaxed tone when she noticed his presence. Sorry, but something came up and I had to travel to another location. Yuan said with an apologetic smile. So that's the rumored little founder, huh? I must say, he really resembles the divine paragon, but his cultivation is too weak. Are you sure he should be participating in the examination? The handsome young man showed a provocative smile after seeing Yuan. The young lady merely glared at Yuan with a deep gaze, her thoughts unknown. Yuan glanced at the handsome young man before ignoring him. He looked around the place, showing a puzzled expression on his face when he couldn't see any artificial demons in the area. Are you looking for the artificial demons? Tang Zhang read his thoughts and asked with a smile. Yuan nodded. Ha ha ha. Don't tell me that you're participating in this examination without even knowing anything about it. I have never met anyone like you before. The young man started laughing when he realized the situation. Calm down, Wan Kaiki. Wan Yu narrowed his eyes on the handsome young man. Sorry, Uncle Wan, but this guy is too much for me. The young man, who turned out to be Wan Ye's nephew, spoke as he wiped his tears. It's my fault. I forgot to explain the examination to you. Yanhara suddenly realized this fact and apologized to him. It's fine. The details don't really matter to me. I intend on passing the examination no matter what, after all. Yuan said with a confident smile on his face. Well spoken. Wan Yu smiled, and he continued, when I heard that you wanted to become an elite demon sealer, I immediately volunteered to become a judge. I missed it when you became an advanced demon sealer, but I won't miss this one. Anyways, now that everyone is here, let's go to the area where the examination will take place. Tang Zheng said, and he suddenly began creating array symbols the next moment. A few moments later, Tang Zheng combined the array symbols into a single powerful array before infusing the array with the divine paragon statue beside him. A few moments later, a red portal appeared before them, and Tang Zheng entered it without hesitation. The others followed with Yuan entering last. After exiting from the portal, Yuan was greeted by the scenery of a mountain valley, but there was something ominous about it, and the sensation he felt from the nameless town could suddenly be felt again, but it was much more intensive this time. Chapter 833. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 833. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 833, Elite Demon Sealer's Examination. This feeling. It's almost as though I have returned to the nameless town with that crazy old lady. Yuan thought to himself as he stared at the mountain valley. In order to pass the examination and become an elite demon sealer, you must traverse this demon's valley and reach the end within 3 days. Yanhara said to them sometime later. Demon's Valley? Yuan immediately raised his eyebrows upon hearing this familiar name, wondering if this is some kind of freaky coincidence or fate. Yes, this place used to be inhabited by mostly low-ranking demons in the lower heavens. Of course, this isn't the real location. It's just a recreation of the place. Yanhara said. And she continued, the real Demon's Valley is much larger than this place since this is just a portion of the real thing. It's about 100 miles from here to the end, but you're not allowed to fly during the examination, and you'll encounter demons on your way there. Tang Zheng then spoke, you can ignore the demons and finish the examination without sealing a single demon, but you acquire points for sealing demons, bonus points if you can kill them. At the end, depending on your points, you'll be able to receive a demon sealing treasure from the treasury. Wan Yu spoke next, demons sealing treasures are very rare, so I recommend that you try to acquire as many points as you can during this examination. Yanhara approached Yuan and handed him a necklace. Wear this so we know your location at all times. The demons may not be real, but they can still inflict real injuries, so you should treat them as though you're fighting a real demon. Yuan accepted the necklace and wore it around his neck. He then watched as Yanhara handed Wu Kaiki and the young lady the same necklace. They're also participating in this examination? Yuan thought they were there as judges at first, but that didn't seem to be the case. Now onto the rules for the examination. Yanhara spoke, and she continued, as ID already mentioned, you are not allowed to fly in the examination. You are allowed to use any treasures during the examination, but demons sealing treasures are forbidden. You have 72 hours to traverse the Demon's Valley and reach the end. You will know it's the end when you see the Divine Paragon statue. If you are lost, you can look at the sky and follow that red star. Yuan followed Yanhara's finger that was pointed at the sky, and sure enough, there was a bright crimson star flickering in the yellow sky. You may forfeit the examination at any time by destroying the crystal on your necklace, but if you fail the examination, you will not be able to partake in it for another 10 years. 10 years? Yuan cried inwardly. Although 10 years may seem like nothing for these powerful cultivators that have lived for hundreds if not thousands of years, it was a significant amount of time for Yuan, who has only lived for 18 years. I cannot fail this examination no matter what. Yuan told himself as Yanhara continued to speak. As mentioned already, you are not required to fight any demons you encounter during the examination, but you will receive points for doing so. You will receive 1 point for sealing any lower demons, 5 points for sealing elite demons, 10 points for superior demons, which will be the highest ranking demon available during the examination, and if you manage to kill the demon, you will receive double points. At the end of the examination, you may use your points to trade for demons sealing treasures. And before you ask, yes, you are allowed to trade for multiple demons sealing treasures as long as you have enough points, so good luck with that. Do you have any questions before we start this examination? Yuan raised his hands and asked, how do we know how much time we have left? We will let you know through the necklace every 24 hours for the first 2 days. On the final day, we will remind you every 4 hours, and during the last 4 hours, we will remind you every hour. Tang Jing responded. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. I understand. Yuan nodded. Do you two have any questions? One you asked the other 2 participants. They shook their heads. Then we will begin the examination now. We will begin the timer once you enter the Demon's Valley. Good luck. Yanhara said to them before the judges flew away, disappearing from their sights. Once they were alone, Wan Kaiki turned to look at the young lady and said, Daoist Wan, let's have a friendly competition to see who receives the most points during the examination. If you win, I will give you all of my points, but if I win, you will go on a date with me. The young lady surnamed Huan turned to look at Wu Kaiki and spoke in a nonchalant voice, I don't like your smile. And without explaining any further, she turned around and disappeared into the Demon's Valley. Wan Kaiki turned to look at Yuan, who had been staring at them, and scoffed, what are you looking at? A spirit lord like you won't survive even a day inside the Demon's Valley. Do you want to gamble on that claim? If you win, I will give you all of my points, but if I win, you will give me your points. Yuan suddenly responded in a way that Wan Kaiki didn't expect. Wan Kaiki coldly snorted after snapping out of his daze, that's not fair at all. You can simply go into hiding for an entire day. Yuan then said, okay, let's use your rules instead. Whoever acquires the most points during the examination will take the loser's points. That's more like it. A confident smile appeared on Wan Kaiki's face. So you agree? Yuan asked for confirmation. Yes. Wan Kaiki nodded. Good. Then may the best one win. Yuan clasped his hands and bowed to Wan Kaiki before entering the Demon's Valley. Arrogant brat, you won't be acting so smug in 3 days. Wan Kaiki also entered the Demon's Valley shortly after. Chapter 834. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 834. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 834, Demon's Valley. After entering the Demon's Valley, Yuan's vision blurred for a second, and when it cleared up, he found himself in a different area. He had been teleported somewhere, but he still appeared to be within the Demon's Valley. He turned around and waited to see if Wan Kaiki would show up, but when nobody showed up after a minute, he figured that Wan Kaiki had also been teleported somewhere. They probably did this to separate us, Yuan thought. He tilted his head until he was staring at the sky, and when he located the red star in the sky, he started walking towards that direction. We have 3 days to complete this examination, which is a lot of time even if we cannot fly. This is probably on purpose to encourage us to fight demons and earn points. Not only do I have to beat Wan Kaiki, but this is also good practice for me. Hopefully, there are enough demons in this place to satisfy me. Yuan decided to focus on hunting demons instead of just rushing to the finish line. Of course, the other 2 participants also had the same thoughts. They all believed that they would be able to reach the goal with ease and with plenty of time to spare, so they might as well use that spare time to hunt for points and acquire a demon's sealing treasure or 2. Meanwhile, in another location, Yanhara and the other 2 judges watched the participants through a mirror. I know he's a talented young man, but don't you think it's a little too much to allow him to participate in this examination? After all, these demons don't scale to his strength, so they will all have a higher cultivation than him. Tang Jing asked Yanhara. After a moment of silence, she responded in a calm voice, I want to see his limit. He might be lacking in terms of cultivation compared to the other 2, but his demon's sealing aura is by no means inferior. In fact, he might even surpass them. Also, he's going to be the future leader of the demon's sealing clan. He'll need some achievements under his belt before then. You seem very confident in his abilities. However, if you ask me, he's still far behind the current leader of the demon's sealing clan. One Yu suddenly said. And he continued, oh, I don't mean his talents. His talents are definitely terrifying, and he has the potential to surpass even the current leader. However, he will need more than talent to become the leader of the demon's sealing clan. His character is too soft and naive at this moment. You cannot expect a baby to suddenly start cultivating. He's still young and inexperienced, but he will eventually grow up. I will make sure of it. Yanhara said. One Yu sighed, if he survives, that is. What a pity that he's with the demon's sealing clan. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. What's that supposed to mean? Yanhara frowned. Wan Yu shrugged and said, the strife between the 2 clans is getting worse by the day. I'll be surprised if there's a demon's sealing clan by the time he grows up. What? That's bullshit. Yanhara immediately exclaimed. Bullshit? You know, this isn't the first time our people have died by Qian Chu's hands. In fact, ever since he became the leader of the demon's sealing clan, our demon's sealing grotto have encountered many misfortunate situations where our top demon sealers are being killed in accidents that involved Qian Chu one way or another. However, this is the first time we have lost 3 master demon sealers in one day, and they all died in an event managed by Qian Chu. Even though Qian Chu denies all accusations, we all know that's just plain bullshit. What happened during the tournament was just an accident. In case you forgot, I was also part of it, and I nearly died if not for the leader. Why would the leader risk losing 2 master demon sealers just to harm the demon sealing grotto? That doesn't make any sense. Yanhara said. Then let me ask you this. Why did the leader save you but allowed the others to die? Why did everyone from the demon's sealing grotto die while the demon's sealing clan received 0 casualties? A coincidence? I don't F# King think so. Are you accusing me of being part of this conspiracy now? I can't believe you. Yanhara exclaimed in an angry voice. I'm not accusing you of anything. In fact, I wholeheartedly believe that Qian Chu would be willing to sacrifice his own people just to achieve his goals. He's just that kind of person. You know, during interrogation, when the demon's sealing grotto asked Qian Chu why he only saved you, he claimed that he did not do such a thing and that someone else had saved you by taking control of his demon's sealing flag. Who the hell would believe that? Besides the divine paragon, nobody in the 9 heavens has the ability to hijack the demon's sealing flag right under Qian Chu's nose. What? Yan Hara became speechless after hearing this information from Wanyu. Qian Chu didn't save her? Then who saved her? Chapter 835. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 835. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 835, Demon's Valley, 2. Anyways, that's all I have to say on the matter. The higher-ups will handle everything. Wanyu said before focusing on the participants again. Yan Hara and Tang Zheng looked at each other with perplexed expressions. Did Qian Chu really intentionally let the participants die? Was he really willing to sacrifice his own people to achieve his own goals? It was hard to swallow such a thought, especially since Qian Chu is admired by many people. Meanwhile, inside the Demon's Valley, Yuan encountered his first demon when it suddenly showed up out of the blue and attacked him. Feng Feng. What cultivation is that demon? I cannot sense it, so it must be fairly high. Yuan asked her after realizing this fact. It has a cultivation of Peak Spirit Emperor. Feng Yuxiang immediately responded. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing this information. Peak Spirit Emperor? That is an entire realm above Spirit King and almost a Spirit Sovereign. How on earth is he supposed to fight such a monster as a Spirit Lord? I have underestimated this examination. Yuan sighed inwardly. He knew it was going to be harder than the last examination, but he didn't expect such a massive jump in difficulty. The last examination was so easy that it was basically free, so Yuan didn't think this examination would be so difficult even if they increased the difficulty several levels. Calm down. They may have a much higher cultivation than ID anticipated, but they are still vulnerable to Demon's Sealing Aura. If my Demon's Sealing Aura is strong enough, I should be able to seal it. Yuan tried to calm himself. While he was doing that, the demon snickered. How dare a mere spirit lord step foot inside the Demon's Valley? Courting death. Young master, do you need my help? Feng Yuxiang asked him. No, I can handle this, and am not sure you're allowed to help me. He shook his head. I understand. Please be careful, young master. Yuan nodded and summoned the Empyrean Overlord. You're a bold one, human. I will give you that. The demon showed an ugly smile on its face. You talk too much. You may have a higher cultivation, but you're just a low-ranking demon. Yuan suddenly said. The demon was immediately enraged after hearing Yuan's provoking words. As a low-ranking demon, they have almost zero control over their emotions, especially anger, so they can be triggered easily. Die. The demon pounced at Yuan the next moment. Yuan did not retreat and confronted the demon head-on instead. Demon's Sealing Strike. The Empyrean Overlord gushed with Demon's Sealing Aura as it slashed at the surprised demon. The demon was unable to react due to being surprised by the overwhelming amount of Demon's Sealing Aura released by Yuan, and it did not expect a Spirit Lord to be capable of releasing such a strong aura. Shah! The Empyrean Overlord sliced the demon in half. However, the demon did not immediately become sealed and quickly regenerated a moment later. And not bad. I underestimated you, human. The smile on the demon's face trembled slightly. It was obviously afraid of Yuan's Demon's Sealing Aura despite their cultivation differences. Although the demon had an advantage in cultivation, such an advantage could be negated if its opponent's Demon's Sealing Aura was strong enough. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. This is why demon sealers in ancient times took priority in their Demon's Sealing Aura over their cultivation. In this case, Yuan's Demon's Sealing Aura was strong enough to threaten the demon with a Spirit Emperor cultivation base, and if it were not for the demon's superior cultivation, it would have been sealed in a single strike. Seeing the demon's reaction to his Demon's Sealing Aura, Yuan's confidence increased tremendously, so he went for another strike. Demon's Sealing Strike. This time, the demon did not dare to take his attack head-on and opted to dodge it instead. However, Yuan was relentless with his attacks and eventually landed another strike on the demon. The demon's movements became noticeably slower and stiffer after the second strike, and when Yuan noticed this, he increased the intensity of his attacks, not stopping until the demon was fully sealed. Once the demon was fully sealed, Yuan decided to kill it for the extra points. After taking all the time he needed to fully charge his attack, Yuan released a devastating attack named Heavenly Splitting Sword Strike, completely erasing the demon and the terrain behind it almost instantly. The destroyed terrain would return like nothing had happened after a couple of moments, but the demon never recovered. The entire demon's valley seemingly shook for a brief second after the attack, causing the other two participants to look around with caution. Meanwhile, the judges that had been spectating Yuan's first encounter were left speechless by what they had just witnessed. What kind of attack is that? He erased an entire mountain in a split second. Yan Hara exclaimed in a shocked voice. His demon's sealing aura increased so much in such a short time. Yu mumbled in a low voice filled with disbelief, his focus elsewhere. Unbelievable. I truly did not expect him to deal with the demon so effortlessly. It appears that my worries were unnecessary. Tang Zheng sighed. Although the three of them were aware of Yuan's talent, they had no idea of his full potential, so it was quite shocking to see it for the first time. After killing the demon, Yuan released a relieved sigh, that went better than I anticipated. Looks like I don't need to be so worried about this examination, after all. However, he was not completely stress-free just yet. Although Head killed the demon, it was only a low-ranking demon, and he wasn't confident that he would be able to achieve the same results fighting an elite or superior demon. After spending a few minutes recovering his spiritual energy, Yuan continued to look for more demons to kill, and after wandering for a couple of minutes, another demon would show up out of nowhere to attack him. Once again, it was a low-ranking demon with a peak Spirit Emperor cultivation, but Yuan didn't hesitate to attack it this time, quickly sealing it in just a few minutes. Chapter 836. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 836. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 836. Sublime Scriptures of Heaven. It's really unfortunate that these demons don't drop demon cores. Yuan sighed inwardly after killing his second demon in the examination. Sometime later, Yuan stopped walking when he noticed a statue in the distance. When he approached it, he realized that it was actually a demon that had already been sealed. Did one of the other two participants seal this demon? He wondered to himself. Regardless if it was sealed by someone else or not, Yuan did not intend on leaving behind free points and decided to erase the demon completely, taking the points for himself. After releasing the heaven-splitting sword strike, Yuan took a few minutes to recover his strength before making his move again. I hope I get points for finishing off someone else's demon, even if I don't receive the full credit. Meanwhile, Yu laughed out loud after witnessing Yuan's actions. This is the first time that I have witnessed someone killing another person's sealed demon. He laughed out loud. Well, this is my first time seeing a spirit lord killing demons 2 realms above their own level. Tang Zheng said. Just what kind of technique is he using? I don't recognize it at all. Yan Hara mumbled in a pondering voice. Yu then said, it resembles an ancient technique from a legend I heard before, but I doubt it's actually the same technique. Legend? The other two looked at him with raised eyebrows. Yes, it's called the Heaven-Splitting Sword Strike, and it's only part of another technique called the Heaven's Secret Art. Have you heard of the Sublime Scriptures of Heaven? He asked them. Tang Zheng nodded and spoke, I have heard about them before. Legend has it that the mighty heaven itself created these techniques alongside the cultivation world during its creation, and they are the most powerful cultivation techniques to ever exist. There are 4 different techniques with Heaven's Secret Art being one of them. Rumor also has it that they were gifted to the 4 most powerful families that served the first celestial emperor, but nobody has seen these techniques since ancient times, so people question if they even really exist. That's right, and the Heaven-Splitting Sword Art is part of Heaven's Secret Art. Yu nodded. And he continued, however, you are not entirely correct. Huh? What did I get wrong? Tang Zheng asked. The sublime scriptures of heaven truly exist and people have seen them before. In fact, the people that own these techniques currently reside in the supreme heaven. However, that is only the case for 3 of these 4 techniques. The 4th technique, Heaven's Secret Art, is said to be owned by the legendary Azura clan, but since they have been exiled for countless years now, nobody can confirm that information, hence why the technique is a legend. The Azura clan, huh? I heard a lot about them, but I never understood why they were exiled. I mean, I know the reason they were exiled, but I don't understand why they did what exiled them. Xianxia sighed. And she continued, however, what puzzles me the most is how they refuse to participate in Supreme Heaven's legacy for their freedom. They must have their own reasons. Wan Yu shrugged. It was at this moment Xianxia had a sudden realization. Huh? Wait a minute. The Supreme Heaven's legacy? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia turned to look at Wan Yu and asked, the Azura clan. What is their surname? Give me a second. Wan Yu closed his eyes to think. A moment later, he opened his eyes and said, if my memories serve me correctly, the Azura clan should have the surname Xiao. Xianxia swallowed nervously after hearing this information. Xiao. Xiao Hua. It can't be. But there's no way it's just a coincidence. Why would the Azura clan suddenly decide to participate in the Supreme Heaven's legacy when they've avoided it for countless years? Either this is all just a freaky coincidence or there is something bigger at play here. A few hours later, Wan Yu looked at the scoreboard and smiled. Yuan is currently leading with 30 points while the other 2 are almost neck to neck with 22 points and 21 points. Despite his advantage, the little founder isn't as efficient in locating demons as the other 2, so he's not too far ahead. If he couldn't kill demons with his ridiculous technique, he would be last place right now. He's also only ran into low-ranking demons while the other 2 have already encountered an elite demon. Tang Zheng added. It will only be a matter of time until he encounters an elite or superior demon. Xianxia mumbled in a slightly nervous tone, as she wasn't confident that he could really deal with them at his current level. However, the very next moment, Yuan would encounter his first elite demon. Speaking of the devil. A smile filled with intrigue appeared on Wan Ye's face as he focused on Yuan's situation. Young master, this demon is different from the rest. You should be careful. Feng Yuxiang warned him when she sensed that something was off about this demon. It's an elite demon. Yuan immediately recognized its rank since he had fought one before. When the elite demon noticed Yuan, it didn't immediately attack him and actually took a moment to take a deep breath. Human, I can smell a chaotic energy hidden deep within you. Although the energy is almost non-existent right now, it will eventually bloom into something magnificent, and when it does, I can only imagine the chaos you'll cause to the cultivation world. It would definitely be a sight to behold. The elite demon said to him with a calm smile on its face. Although Yuan didn't take the demon's words to heart, he had a bad feeling about it, and it made him recall the madness that consumed his mind not long ago at the Qi family. Chapter 837. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 837. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 837. The Abomination. Show me what you've got, human. Perhaps it was because of Yuan's lack of cultivation, but the elite demon did not seem to be worried at all by his presence. Then I won't be humble. Yuan started the assault with the demon's sealing sword strike. However, the elite demon quickly dodged it, not allowing Yuan's strike to connect, unlike the low-ranking demons before it that were so confident in their immortal bodies that they would disregard all attacks. Seeing this, Yuan summoned the Starry Abyss to sneak attack the elite demon. Pathetic little tricks. The elite demon summoned its blood weapon and parried the incoming attack from the back. I forgot that the Starry Abyss isn't effective against spirit kings and above. Yuan facepalmed inwardly. But this is fine. the invisibility effect isn't the reason I summoned it. 10,000 ghost blades. If one isn't enough, how about 1,000? 1,000 starry abyss suddenly appeared and surrounded the elite demon. Although the demon was definitely taken aback by such a menacing technique, it did not panic and tried its best to deflect all of them. However, such a feat quickly proved to be impossible for the elite demon, so it stopped focusing on the starry abyss and started launching its own attack at Yuan, who was just standing in the distance, silently controlling the starry abyss. Blood slash. The elite demon whisked its thin arms at Yuan, sending a crimson arc of energy at him. However, the attack didn't go far, as it was quickly intercepted by the 1,000 starry abyss that acted like a containment for the demon. What a fucking annoying technique. The elite demon could no longer control its emotions and became enraged. Its frame grew larger, and its chaotic aura surged to a new level. However, despite its transformation, it could not conquer the starry abyss, eventually getting sealed by it. Yuan sighed in relief afterward. I should be more confident in myself. Yuan told himself after finishing off the sealed demon with the heaven-splitting sword strike, acquiring 2 more points. This fellow is full of surprises. He controls not just a single soul weapon but 2 of them, and they're different types of weapons. I only know of one person that can wield 2 soul weapons at once, and that person is regarded as a top genius in the 7th heaven. Wang Ye's face was filled with awe after witnessing Yuan's fight with the elite demon. 2 soul weapons. Just how many more secrets are hiding inside that small figure? Van Hara wondered to herself. After recovering his spiritual energy, Yuan continued his hunt. Many hours later, the necklace given to him before the examination suddenly trembled, and Yan Harris' voice resounded from it. It has been 24 hours since the start of the examination. You have 48 hours left. It's already been an entire day. Time sure passes by so quickly when I am focused on hunting demons. Luckily I told the others not to worry about me if I don't come out for a few days since I didn't know what to expect from this examination. He would normally take a break from Mixius meals, but he was worried that he might lose his bet with Wan Kaiki if he rested even a little, as he was certain that the other 2 participants would spend every second during the examination hunting for more points. As Yuan spent more time hunting demons, he grew more confident in his abilities, and his aggressiveness intensified. This allowed him to swiftly deal with even elite demons, and his points grew more and more. I have encountered 4 elite demons now, but I have yet to encounter any superior demons. I wonder if they are closer to the goal. Yuan wondered inwardly as he finished off another demon. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. After pondering for a moment, he decided to see how close he was to the finish line, as had been wandering the demon's valley aimlessly. Yuan followed the direction of the red star and ran at his full speed, only stopping to deal with demons that would suddenly show up. A few hours later, Yuan stopped when he could see the divine paragon statue. I encountered 3 elite demons on my way here, which is almost as much as what I encountered after an entire day of roaming. Looks like my hypothesis was correct. I should encounter my first superior demon soon if I continue to wander around the statue. Not wanting to waste any more time, Yuan began running around the area around the statue, and sure enough, an hour and 3 dead demons later, he encountered his first superior demon. However, when Yuan saw this demon, he swallowed nervously, and all of the confidence that had built up over the course of the last 24 hours began dwindling. My lord. This is a demon? Yuan mumbled in a low voice as his gaze laid on a massive figure that was nearly 40 meters tall in the far distance. This demon was not only incredibly tall, it was also very round, almost like a balloon. However, that was not the most appalling feature of this demon, as it had an unfathomably hideous face that would scare anyone unfortunate to witness it. The demons before this one all had human-like appearance, but this demon looked more like a hideous monster than anything. What an ugly demon. Hurry up and kill it, young master. Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in a disgusted voice the moment she saw this demon. Even Lan Yingying trembled when she saw this demon, as it was unlike anything she had seen before. I think we should probably leave this one alone for now. Yuan said in a stiff voice. And without any hesitation, he turned around and walked away, acting as though he never even noticed the demon. Ha ha ha. Did you see the look on his face? I knew he'd run away. Nobody has ever confronted that hideous existence on their first encounter. They would always need some time to mentally prepare themselves, even if they knew of its existence beforehand. One Yu laughed out loud after seeing Yuan's natural reaction to this massive demon. I almost pissed myself when I first encountered it during my examination. Tang Jing shook his head with a bittersweet smile on his face as he recalled his first encounter with this demon. The abomination, huh? I still don't understand their existence and why they look so different from other demons. Van Hara said. Some people believe they are the demon's true appearance. However, according to the demon sealing clan from ancient times, even demons hated these abominations. One Yu said. I'm just glad that they no longer exist. I cannot imagine going against these things nowadays. They are not only more violent than other demons but they also seem to have no mind of their own, acting merely on their destructive instincts. Tang Jing shook his head. That's not all. One Yu said, and he continued, they also have a higher tolerance to demons sealing aura, so they are much tougher to seal in general. Despite it only being a superior demon, I don't think anyone has ever sealed or killed the abomination in this examination. Not even Xian Chu, who fought it for an entire day, could defeat it. Perhaps the little founder will set a precedent. Yan Hara said with an anticipating smile on her face. Chapter 838. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 838. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 838. Deep within his consciousness, Wang Ying. What in heaven's name was that thing? There's no way that thing is a demon. Yuan asked her after running away from the hideous-looking demon. I have no idea. That was also my first time seeing that kind of demon. She said. What about your grandparents? Have they ever mentioned a demon like that before? No. What about you, Feng Feng? Do you know anything about that demon? Yuan continued to ask. Sorry, but I have also never heard of such a demon before. Yuan sighed. I cannot believe such a monster exists in this world. After a moment of silence, Lan Yingying asked him, are you going to fight it? Yuan hesitated on answering. Even though he could get a lot of points by killing the hideous demon, he wasn't sure it was worth the trouble, as it gave him a really dreadful feeling. Suddenly, Van Harris' voice resounded from the necklace. Little founder, if you can defeat the abomination, you'll get L000 points. The abomination? Is that what it's called? Just what is that thing? Is it really a demon? Yuan asked her. Honestly, I'm not really sure myself what the monster is, but it has red skin and emits chaotic energy like demons, so they are most likely another species of demons. Another species? Demons have different species. Yuan was speechless. Why hasn't he heard about this until now? Anyways, you only need to know that they are more dangerous than ordinary demons, and nobody has ever defeated it before, but maybe you can. Good luck. Yan Hara stopped talking after that. I get 1,000 points if I defeat it, which is definitely a lot of points and will secure my victory, but nobody has managed to do so in the past. Yuan began pondering. Young master, you only need to defeat it, right? That means you don't need to kill it, only seal it. If you continue hitting it with your demon's sealing techniques, it'll eventually be sealed, right? Feng Yuxiang said. You're right. Since it has such a massive body, it will be easy to land hits on it. Okay, I will do it. Yuan decided to fight the abomination. After taking a deep breath, he turned around and returned to the location with the abomination. However, he didn't immediately start attacking the abomination. Instead, he sat down in an isolated area and started preparing himself for the fight. Fortunately for him, the abomination seemed to be asleep, as it was just sitting there with its eyes closed. A few minutes later, Yuan opened his eyes that were overflowing with fighting intent. He stood up and looked at the abomination with a resolute gaze. After taking a very deep breath, Yuan summoned the starry abyss and used 10,000 ghost blades on it, duplicating the starry abyss 2,000 times. Once he was ready, Yuan commanded all 2,000 starry abyss to attack the sleeping monster. The next moment, all 2,000 daggers stabbed into the sleeping monster's round body, turning it into a porcupine. However, the abomination remained still, almost as though it didn't even feel the attack. Seeing the lack of reaction from the abomination, Yuan decided to continue stabbing it, slowly filling it with demon sealing aura. Of course, since it was a demon, the holes on its body would immediately renegade the moment the daggers were removed from its body. What's going on? It's been 10 minutes since I started attacking it, yet it still hasn't woken up, nor does it appear to be sealed. Even a demon general would be sealed by now. Yuan scratched his head as he continued commanding the starry abyss to attack the abomination. I think you need something stronger. Lan Yingying's voice suddenly resounded. Huh? What do you mean? Although each attack doesn't inflict much demon sealing aura individually, it should add up, right? It worked on other demons. Yuan said, yes, but that demon appears to have some sort of ability that prevents demon sealing aura from building up inside its body. I can sense your demon sealing aura entering the demon's body, but I can also sense it coming out of its body after some time. That's ridiculous. Yuan did not want to believe that a demon with such capabilities could possibly exist, as that would make it many times harder to seal the demon, perhaps even impossible. Eventually, Yuan created 10,000 copies of the starry abyss and attacked the sleeping abomination with them. How about now? Is it affecting the demon? Yuan asked Lan Yingying a few minutes later. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. It is, but not fast enough. At this rate, you'll need to continue this for a week before it shows any results, she said. A week? Yuan was speechless. His spiritual energy would most likely run out before a week could even pass. After trying for a few more minutes, Yuan recalled the starry abyss and gave up on attacking the abomination temporarily to recover his spiritual energy. What should I do now? My starry abyss is basically useless in this situation, and the heaven-splitting sword strike won't be able to kill it. Do I really have no means to defeat this monster? Yuan pondered for a way to defeat the abomination while he cultivated. Suddenly, he recalled a certain moment that he witnessed not long ago. During the demon sealing tournament, the leader of the demon sealing clan infused his demon sealing aura with his sword aura, at least that's what the triplet said. If I can somehow replicate that, would I be able to defeat the abomination with it? But how do I even infuse my demon sealing aura with my sword aura? Hey, Divine Paragon, give me some guidance. I know you're in here somewhere. Yuan began calling for the Divine Paragon inside his head. Unfortunately, there was no response from the Divine Paragon. He said that he doesn't really exist and that he's only a fragment of my memories, so I should be able to draw out those memories, right? Maybe if I look deeper inside my consciousness. Yuan stopped cultivating after recovering enough spiritual energy, but he did not open his eyes. Young master? Are you okay? Feng Yuxiang asked him when she saw no movements from him. Please be quiet for a while, I am trying to focus. Yuan responded in a low voice. Sorry. Once it was completely silent, Yuan tried to enter deep within his consciousness to find the Divine Paragon. When he was still a cripple, in order to not go crazy from boredom since he couldn't move his body and was surrounded by darkness, Yuan learned how to peer deep into his mind so that he could relive his memories, in a time before he was a cripple. After doing it for many years, he got so good at it that he could essentially see any memories he wanted at will, and this included memories that were hidden deep within his consciousness with some limitations, such as memories from before he became an orphan, as he had zero memories of such a time inside his mind. Although he hasn't tried doing it after regaining his ability to move, he was still able to enter the depths of his consciousness with ease. Once he entered the deepest parts of his consciousness, Yuan could see 4 people standing beside each other. There was Tian Yang, the Divine Paragon, the evil god, and even the spear-wielding general that appeared in his dream once. Look who we have here. Their familiar voices resounded inside Yuan's head as he approached these figures that had the same face as him. Chapter 839. Published at 10th of April 2022, 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 839. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 839. Divine Paragon's Legacy. So this is where you all have been hiding. I should have done this earlier. Yuan sighed when he saw these four people deep within his consciousness. What do you seek by coming here? Tianyang asked him. I want. Yuan turned to look at the divine paragon and spoke. I want to learn how to infuse my demon sealing aura with my sword aura. I want to defeat that abomination. The abomination, huh? What a nostalgic name. The divine paragon closed his eyes with a profound smile on his face. You want my knowledge, my experience, my memories, but are you prepared to accept my existence? The divine paragon suddenly opened his eyes and stepped forward. We may be one and the same, but we are also different people, at least until you accept the fact that we're the same. If you are not prepared to accept my existence, then you are not prepared to receive my legacy. Yuan was speechless. He didn't think that he'd be rejected of his own memories unless he agreed with his own incarnation. What will happen if I accept you? Will you completely take over my existence? Will I return to being the divine paragon? Yuan asked him. The divine paragon smiled and said, remember, you're not just accepting my memories. If you truly want to see me, you'll need to be me. Of course, that doesn't mean you'll actually become me. And what will happen if I refuse to accept you? Yuan asked out of curiosity. Nothing really happens. You can reject all of our existence for now, but you'll eventually fully awaken your memories. You cannot run away forever, Yuan. There will be a time when you'll have to embrace your true identity, and you'll only make it harder on yourself the longer you delay the inevitable. Yuan silently stared at the four figures before him after hearing the divine paragon's words. A few moments later, he asked, What if you're not really my memories but memories that were planted inside my mind? The divine paragon exchanged glances with the others. Ha ha ha. All four of them suddenly burst out laughing. Do you really believe that? Is this because of what that phoenix said? Even without the pill of truth, you should know very well if we are real or fake. Tianyang said. Yuan sighed inwardly. Even without Tianyang mentioning it, he already knew that these were his true memories. Well? Have you come to a conclusion yet? The divine paragon asked him a moment later. After a moment of silence, Yuan nodded his head. Even if I accept you, I will still be myself. I will make sure of that, he said in a resolute voice. That's what I like to hear. A bright smile appeared on the divine paragon's face as he approached Yuan some more. Once they were standing right in front of each other, the divine paragon extended his hand out for a handshake. My legacy. I will leave it in your hands. Don't disappoint me. The divine paragon said, I will try not to. Yuan nodded before accepting the divine paragon's handshake. The divine paragon suddenly began glowing, shattering into countless tiny fragments a few seconds later. These tiny fragments were his memories, and they combined with Yuan. 0 memories began flowing inside Yuan's mind, his early memories as the divine paragon. However, these were still just a small fraction of the divine paragon's memories. Of course, even 1% of the divine paragon's memories contained a vast amount of experience and knowledge that could make a mortal into a godlike existence. Tears suddenly began flowing from Yuan's eyes as he reclaimed his earlier memories as the divine paragon, such as his childhood and the reason he started hunting demons. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. I see. So this is why I started hunting demons. Yuan mumbled in a low voice as a beautiful young lady suddenly materialized before him inside his head. I'm sorry. Even though I promised that I'd never forget about you. Yuan said to the young lady that stood before him. It's okay. Due to your unique circumstances, I will forgive you, only if you do me a favor. What is it? Say my name, she said. A gentle smile appeared on Yuan's face as he spoke, Ai Rong. The young lady showed him a beautiful smile that could make even dead flowers blossom after hearing her name. Since you have proven that you truly remember me, I will forgive you. However, more importantly, do you remember your own name? Yuan nodded, yes. I was called Tianxinyu before I became the divine paragon. That's right. But that doesn't matter anymore because I am not Tianxinyu. I am Yuan. He finished Ai Rong's sentence. The beautiful young lady gently nodded her head before disappearing into the void. Yuan turned to look at the other 3 incarnations of him. Do I have to accept you guys as well? He asked them. Eventually, but now is not the time. You will need time to fully digest Tianxinya's memories before you absorb our memories as well. Don't bite more than you can chew, or you'll go insane. Tianyang said. And he continued, also, don't rush trying to recall all of your memories. The memories of an immortal that has lived for millions of years is not something to be taken lightly. Even a tiny fragment could be tens of thousands of years of experience, which is more than enough to overwhelm someone with just 18 years of experience. I understand. Yuan nodded. He opened his eyes a moment later to find that they were still flowing with tears. Are you okay, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. Yes, I am fine. I just remembered something sad that happened really long ago. Feng Yuxiang didn't completely understand the meaning behind his words, but she decided to not ask him about it. Anyways, let's deal with this abomination and get back to farming more points, shall we? Yuan stood up and turned to look at the sleeping monster with a calm gaze, his demeanor completely different from just minutes ago. Chapter 840. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 39 seconds p.m. Chapter 840. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 840. Swords of Eternal Torment. Even though only a few moments have passed since Yuan returned, both Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying noticed the change in Yuan's demeanor. He appeared more calm and nonchalant, but they could not pinpoint exactly what was so different about him. In their eyes, he was still the Yuan they knew, but at the same time, he appeared to be a different person. Meanwhile, Yuan summoned the Empyrean Overlord and began approaching the abomination. What's he doing? Why is he getting so close to the abomination? Tang Zheng asked out loud when he saw Yuan's action. Who knows? Maybe he has something up his sleeves. Yen Hara shrugged. Once Yuan was directly before the abomination, he looked up at the demon that was almost the size of a mountain and showed a profound smile on his face. Abominations, also known as mutated demons, they are not only harder to ki than normal demons, but they are also extremely chaotic. Without a mind of their own, they act only upon their own instincts, which tells them to destroy everything in their path. They cannot discern between friends and foes, so they attack even other demons if they are within its path. A truly unforgiving existence that shouldn't be allowed to exist. Yuan slowly liked the Empyrean Overlord until it was directly above his head. After taking a deep breath, he slashed the enormous sword that suddenly erupted with a massive amount of sword aura at the sleeping demon. Whoosh! The sword aura pierced straight inside the abomination's body before it began expanding and erasing everything that it touched. The abomination that had been sleeping peacefully suddenly snapped its eyes and mouth wide open before releasing an ear-piercing scream that shook the entire demon's valley. When Wan Kaiki and the other participant heard the abomination screaming, they immediately stopped whatever they were doing and turned to have the direction of the noise. Only the abomination would make a sound like that. Who is fighting it? Daoist Wan? It must be her. There's no way it could be that pipsqueak. Wan Kaiki quickly started making his way towards the abomination's direction. The only other participant also started making her way towards the noise due to her curiosity. So someone else beside me also wanted to fight the abomination, huh? She thought to herself. Meanwhile, Yuan continued his assault on the abomination. After releasing his sword aura that was infused with demon's sealing aura woke up the sleeping demon, but it also wreaked havoc inside its body. However, even that was not enough to defeat the demon. Not enough, huh? Then let's weaken you some more. Swords of Eternal Torment. Golden lights shaped like swords began appearing above the abomination before plunging down, filling the demon's body with holes. This was the same technique the Divine Paragon used to remove demons' pain tolerance, which was as effective on the abomination as it would on any other demon. And sure enough, the abomination shrieked in pain, something it hasn't experienced before. The demon's valley shook again with even more intensity, and it would not stop, acting like a pig as it was being slaughtered. "I am possible." One Yu cried out loud after seeing Yuan summon the golden swords. That can't be swords of eternal torment, right? Yen Hara refused to believe her eyes. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. I don't want to believe it, but it definitely looks like it. Tang Jing responded in a dazed voice. That's not possible. That technique had disappeared alongside the Divine Paragon. It must be another technique that looks similar. One Yu said. Swords of Eternal Torment was one of Divine Paragon's signature techniques, and it was one of very few techniques that he did not share with the Demon Sealing clan, so when he disappeared, so did these techniques. However, while these techniques no longer exist, records of their existence do, hence why Wan Yu and the others recognized the technique the moment they saw it. Whether they believe it to be Swords of Eternal Torment is a different story. The abomination appears to be in pain. I have never seen it react like that, Tang Jing mumbled in a dazed voice. But demons can't feel pain. Yen Hara said. No, they can't, unless they are affected by Swords of Eternal Torment. According to our ancestors, when the Divine Paragon used that technique, all demons affected by it would experience pain like normal. One Yu explained. However, that cannot be Swords of Eternal Torment. The Divine Paragon never shared that technique with anyone in the Demon Sealing clan, not even Wills, their most trusted members at that time. What if the Divine Paragon left behind his legacy before disappearing? What if he's really using Swords of Eternal Torment? What if he found the Divine Paragon's legacy? Tang Jing spoke with a serious expression on his face. If that's the case and the others find out, there will be a war to acquire it, and it won't just be OM clans fighting for it, the entire Nine Heavens would be participating in this war. Wanta said. And he continued, but once again, I do not believe that's the case. The Divine Paragon doesn't strike me as the type of person to leave behind his legacy and disappear without a word. Then how do you explain the abomination's reaction? Tang Jing asked. It's most likely just agitated. I believe it was also like this when Dian Chu fought it. He said. What about the technique that looks exactly like Swords of Eternal Torment? Do you know how many techniques exist in the Nine Heavens? Countless. There are bound to be techniques that look similar to each other despite being two completely different techniques. I have seen a few of these techniques myself, too. I guess so. But you can't deny how freaky of a coincidence this is. Not only does he look like the Divine Paragon, even his techniques look like they belong to the Divine Paragon. Tang Jing laughed out loud when he realized this fact. A coincidence, or is this fate? Yen Nara mumbled in a low voice as she stared at Yuan fighting the abomination with a profound gaze, her thoughts unknown. Chapter 841. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 40 seconds p.m. Chapter 841. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 841. Fighting the abomination, so freaking noisy. Let me help you quiet down. Yuan swung the Empyrean Overlord, unleashing another wave of sword aura at the abomination. This time, he aimed for the demon's head. The instant the sword aura touched the demon's head, it was cut until there was almost nothing left, and without a mouth or head, the demon was finally silenced. However, the silence only lasted for a few moments until the demon regenerated and started screaming again. Then how about this? Yuan summoned a couple more golden swords before using them to seal the demon's mouth shut by filling its mouth with these swords. This tactic worked wonders, as the demon was unable to remove the swords. Once it was quiet again, Yuan returned to attacking the abomination with his sword aura. Even though his attacks did not seem to work at first, Yuan eventually noticed that the abomination's recovery rate was beginning to lag. Eventually, the abomination gave up on trying to remove the golden swords and started thrashing around, and since its face was covered in golden swords, it could only blindly attack its surroundings like a broken machine. The landscape quickly began to change with the abomination's chaotic movements. The abomination's erratic movements also forced Yuan to slow down his attacks so that he doesn't get hit by its random attacks. Wan Kaiki eventually arrived at the scene, and when he saw that it was Yuan who had been fighting the abomination this entire time, he was left speechless and completely shocked. Impossible, what technique did he use to cover the abomination with those golden swords? Then he noticed that Yuan was attacking the abomination with sword aura that had been infused with demon sealing aura. He can not only use sword aura but also infuse it with demon sealing aura? Who is this guy? There's no way he's just a mere spirit lord. He must be hiding his true cultivation. Fuck. He tricked me. It was at this moment that Wan Kaiki realized the points head painstakingly acquired were at stake. However, no matter how much he wanted to return to hunting demons, he was just unable to leave. There was something about Yuan fighting with the abomination that is keeping him there. Daoist Wan showed up a few minutes after Wan Kaiki, and sure enough, she was just as shocked as Wan Kaiki after she saw the situation. Who is that? She asked Wan Kaiki without taking her eyes off the fight. I don't know, he responded in a confused voice. He was just as clueless as her. Eventually, the abomination began showing signs of being sealed, as one of its arms had turned into stone completely. When he saw this, Yuan briefly stopped his attacks and began gathering spiritual energy in his sword. After taking a deep but calm breath, Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike on the abomination. Of course, this heaven-splitting sword strike was infused with demon sealing aura just like his sword aura. The heaven-splitting sword strike easily blew a massive hole within the abomination's body. She a sharp knife cutting paper before disappearing in the horizon. The abomination's body immediately began working on recovering the damage, but it realized that it was unable to heal the wound just as quickly. Its instincts told the abomination that it was in danger, and for the first time, it gave up on destruction and focused on running away. It's running away? No way. Wan Kaiki was bewildered by the abomination's actions. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The others watching were just as baffled, as they have never witnessed such a scene before. Where do you think you're going? Yuan stopped attacking the demon and took a moment to create a massive golden sword that was almost as big as the abomination before sending it flying at the abomination. Boom! The entire world shook as the golden sword pinned the abomination into the ground, stopping it from running away. The abomination wanted to scream in pain, but since it couldn't make any noises, its body began squirming instead. If you stop struggling and become sealed, you won't have to endure any more pain. Yuan shouted at the demon as he unleashed some more sword aura at the pinned-down demon. Eventually, the abomination could no longer regenerate faster than it was being sealed and completely turned into stone. Seeing that had finally sealed the abomination, Yuan finally stopped attacking it and sat down to recover his spiritual energy that was almost exhausted. The place turned dead silent after Yuan sealed the abomination, and even the demons that had been in hiding did not dare to disturb him. Despite not being real, these demons were created to act and think like demons, so it was only natural for them to fear Yuan after witnessing his display of strength. He really did it. He sealed the abomination. Yen Hara muttered in a dazed voice as she stared at the abomination's sealed frame. Even though she had a feeling that Yuan had the potential to defeat the abomination, she still couldn't believe it even after witnessing it happen with her own eyes. Shit. I really want to speak with him right now, but we are not allowed to approach them until the examination is over. Wan Yu gritted his teeth with deep frustration. While Yuan recovered his spiritual energy, Wan Kaiki and Daoist Wan would just stand in place and stare at the sealed abomination as though they were in a trance. This cannot be happening. I must be dreaming. Wan Kaiki mumbled in a low voice after many minutes of silence. I really wish this was just a dream, but... Daoist Wan released a deep sigh. She turned around and began walking away. Where are you going? Wan Kaiki asked her. The abomination may have been defeated, but there are still plenty of demons to hunt, she said before disappearing from his sight. Wan Kaiki lingered around for a few more minutes before leaving the place as well. However, he did not return to hunting demons. Instead, he went straight to the finish line. He knew that his defeat was inevitable, so there was no reason for him to continue farming points, as he would only be helping Yuan gather more points. Chapter 842. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 40 seconds p.m. Chapter 842. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 842. Promotion to Elite Demon Sealer. Phew, that took more effort than I'd expected. Yuan sighed in relief after he finished recovering his spiritual energy. Young Master. Are you still the young master, or are you? Feng Yuxiang had a feeling that his memories as the divine paragon had resurfaced again, affecting his behavior. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, Feng. It's still me, Yuan. Anyways, we still have plenty of time left before the end of the examination. Let's get as many points as we can. He then stood up and turned to look in a specific direction. Why are you hiding? Come out and play with me. Yuan suddenly said out loud. When the demons in hiding heard Yuan's words, they immediately turned around and began running away. They knew that they had no chance against a monster like Yuan, who single-handedly defeated the abomination without giving it the chance to really retaliate. Where do you think you're all going? You can run and hide, but you won't escape from me. I can smell you all from miles away. A wide smile appeared on Yuan's face as he chased after the demons, feeling better than ever before. After consuming the divine paragon's memories, his hidden fear towards demons disappeared, allowing his confidence to flow and becoming empowered by it. Although he's never really mentioned it to anyone, he was always fearful of demons inwardly. Perhaps even he was not aware of it, but now that fear is gone, it feels as though a massive amount of weight has been lifted off his back. Demon Sealing Strike. Yuan used this technique with Sword Aura, shredding the demon it struck until there was nothing left of it, killing it almost instantly. The way he uses his Sword Aura. It reminds me of the Lord's Sword Aura. Lan Yingying thought to herself as she watched Yuan kill one demon after another from his wrist. A few hours later, Yuan accumulated over 1,500 points. At this rate, he'll clear out all of the demons within the Demon's Valley. Tang Zheng said. He's going to have a field day inside the treasure room with the amount of points he'll have by the end of the examination. Wan Yu smiled. And he still has another full day to acquire more points. Yen Hare said. Oh well. Even if he empties out the treasure room, nobody can complain about it, as that is the rule of this examination. After another day of hunting demons, Yen Hare's voice resounded from the necklace. You have 4 hours left before the examination comes to an end. 4 hours, huh? Might as well end things now since it appears that I have hunted all of the demons in the Demon's Valley. Yuan mumbled to himself, as it has been over an hour since he last encountered a demon. Thus, he began making his way towards the finish line. He reached the Divine Paragon statue 2 hours later to see Wan Kaiki cultivating beside the statue. When Wan Kaiki noticed Yuan's presence, he opened his eyes and proceeded to stare at Yuan with a perplexed expression on his face. Yuan glanced back at Wan Kaiki and said, I'm surprised to see you here before me. Did something happen? No particular reason. I just got bored of fighting demons, so I decided to end it early, Wan Kaiki lied without any hesitation. And he continued, Don't worry, I won't go back on my own words. If I lose, I will give you my points as promised. Yuan didn't really care about Wan Kaiqi's reasons for quitting early, so after hearing that Wan Kaiqi would honor their bet, he stopped bothering Wan Kaiqi and sat down to cultivate. About an hour after Yuan's arrival, Daoist Wan also showed up at the finish line, but she appeared to be a little agitated for some reason. What the heck is going on with the examination? I stopped encountering demons after the second day. She sighed inwardly. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Although she knew that there was only a limited amount of demons to hunt for the examination, she could not have expected for Yuan to kill all of them within 2 days, hence her frustration and confusion. However, that confusion would disappear shortly later when the judges appeared to announce the results. Once all 3 participants arrived at the finish line, Yanhera and the other judges showed up to end the examination. Congratulations on passing the examination. The 3 of you will be promoted to the rank of Elite Demon Sealer. We would normally hold a ceremony for such an occasion, but due to the current situation, we will have to skip the ceremony and go straight to the promotion. One Yu said to them. Anyways, let's announce the results of the examination. 3rd place, Wan Kaiqi with 155 points. 2nd place, Huan Xia with 289 points. 1st place, Yuan with 2,056 points. T 2,000 points. Huan Xia looked at Yuan with her eyes as wide as saucers. No wonder why I couldn't find any demons. This guy killed them all. 2,000 points. That's gotta be the record. Wan Kaiqi looked at Yuan with a bewildered face. Indeed, Yuan's 2,000 points had beaten the previous record held by Dian Chu, even doubling it. Do you guys have anything to say before we leave this place? Wan Yu then asked. Wan Kaiqi raised his hands and said, my points. Give them to him. What? Wan Yu raised his eyebrows in a questioning manner. I lost a bet with him. Wan Kaiqi said, not explaining any further. Very well. You have a total of 2,211 points now. Wan Yu said to Yuan. They left the Demon's Valley shortly after and returned to the Grand Library, where Yanhera handed them their new badges. Once again, congratulations, she said to them. Thank you, Senior. They bowed to her before taking their leave. After the other 2 left, it was just Yuan and the 3 judges. They turned to look at him and proceeded to stare at him in silence. They had so many questions for him that neither of them knew where to start. Chapter 843. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 40 seconds p.m. Chapter 843. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 843. Act of treachery. Is there something wrong? Yuan decided to ask them after giving them plenty of time to speak. Little Founder. That technique you used to restrict the abomination, what kind of technique is it? Yanhera forcefully swallowed before asking him. Oh, that was one of my family's techniques. It's called Swords of Binding Light. It's really good for restricting magical beasts and demons alike, he responded in a calm manner. Swords of Binding Light? So it really wasn't Swords of Eternal Torment? Tang Zheng mumbled. I told you it couldn't have been that technique. Wan Yu didn't seem surprised outside, but he was relieved inwardly. Of course, since Yuan had the Divine Paragon's memories, he was well aware that Swords of Eternal Torment was a technique that had never been shared with the Demon Sealing clan or anyone in that matter. He was also aware of the risk from using the technique, but he had no other choice, as that technique was required to defeat the abomination at his current level. Anyways, that was a marvelous performance, Little Founder. I am now more confident than ever that you have what it takes to become the next leader of the Demon Sealing clan. Yanhera said with a bright smile on her face. Screw the Demon Sealing clan. Wan Yu suddenly said. Huh? What did you just say? Yanhera turned to look at him with a frown on her face. However, Wan Yu ignored her and continued to look at Yuan. I wouldn't normally do something this shameless, but you're worth it. Yuan, leave the Demon Sealing clan and join the Demon Sealing grotto. You're wasting your talents over there. Hey. How dare you try to convert the little founder right in front of me? Yan Hara was beginning to fume in anger. Wan Yu coldly snorted at her and said, "Have you already forgotten what I told you during the examination? The demon sealing clan is collapsing faster than ever before. It will only be a matter of time before it completely disappears." He then turned to look at Yuan and continued, "Listen here, Yuan. Because of Qian Chu, the current leader of the demon sealing clan, 3 master demon sealers from the demon sealing grotto were killed, and this isn't the first time he's indirectly killed our people. The demon sealing grotto can only endure it so much before they make the demon sealing clan pay for its leader's crimes. Therefore, I am advising you to leave it before things get too hectic. If you want to become a leader, you can become the leader of the demon sealing grotto instead. I believe you have the capabilities." After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke, "So what you're saying is, the demon sealing clan will suffer because of the current leader. In other words, as long as someone replaces his position, the demon sealing grotto won't bother us any further. Is that correct?" I understand where you're coming from, but that's not how this works. Even if the demon sealing grotto is willing to forgive the demon sealing clan, it is highly unlikely that someone will replace him. Ojin Chu, he won't let anyone take his position even if he has to fight to his last breath. Little founder, are you thinking about taking Qian Chu's spot as the leader of the demon sealing clan? Yan Hara suddenly asked him. No, not at all. However, I do intend on removing Wan Chu from his position. He doesn't qualify to be the leader of the demon sealing clan. Yuan said in a calm voice. Yan Hara and Tang Jing felt chills down their spine after hearing Yuan's words, and they immediately began looking around to make sure nobody else had heard him. Why you shouldn't say such things out loud. Do you have any idea how many people admire Qian Chu? Even worse, if Qian Chu gets word of it, he will personally take care of you. Yan Hara warned him. Ha ha ha. Wan Yu suddenly began laughing out loud. You are truly a wondrous and incomprehensible existence. Tell me, how are you going to remove him? You have piqued my interest. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Don't tell him anything. For all we know, he could run off to tell Qian Chu afterward. Yan Hara sneered. I would never help Qian Chu. He's not only an egotistical bastard but also cold-hearted to the bone. He's someone that could sacrifice an entire city without batting an eye as long as he achieves his goal, almost like a demon in human skin. If I can assist in bringing him down, I would do so in a heartbeat. Wan Yu shook his head. And he continued, you know, I had a relationship with many of the demon sealers that had been killed by Qian Chu. They were my friends. Yuan then spoke, even if you ask me to tell you, I don't know how to remove him from his position, at least not right now. However, I will eventually think of something. Little founder. Are you serious? Yan Hara looked at him with a worried frown on her pretty face. It is one thing to fight for his position, but what you're doing sounds like an act of treachery. You will be killed for it if caught. Don't worry, Senior Yan. I won't do anything, for now. After all, I am still too weak to threaten anybody. Yuan said. That's not what I am worried about. You worry too much, Yan Hara. If you keep your mouth shut, nobody will find out about anything. In fact, the two of you are more of a risk to him than I am. After all, you're both from the demon sealing clan and work directly for Qian Chu. I, on the other hand, work for the side that wants to see him fall. That's it. I have had enough of your bullshit. How dare you suggest that I would do anything to hurt him? Just as Yan Tiara prepared to confront Wan Yu, Tang Jing quickly reacted and stepped between them. That's enough from the both of you. Are you trying to worsen the already grave situation between our clans? If you don't trust each other, I have a suggestion. Make an oath with heaven as witness that you will not say anything. You want us to make a heavenly oath? They looked at Tang Zheng with wide eyes. It's either that or you continue fighting each other. Tang Zheng nodded. Chapter 844. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 40 seconds p.m. Chapter 844. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 844. Heavenly Oath. If it makes things better, I can go first, Tang Zheng said when he noticed their hesitancy. However, they weren't hesitant because they had planned on telling Qian Chu about Yuan's plan to remove him from his position. They were hesitant because a heavenly oath would mark their soul, and anything that is related to the soul is an extreme risk for any cultivators. Unless it was absolutely necessary, nobody would dare to take such risks. I am willing to do a heavenly oath since I know that I won't say anything, Yan Hara said a moment later. If you do it, then I will do it as well. Wan Yu nodded. Yuan then said, you guys really don't need to do this. If I didn't trust you guys, I wouldn't have said anything out loud. Little founder, this is not just about you. This is also about our trust for each other. He clearly doesn't trust me, but I don't blame him since I don't trust him either, Yan Hara said. Wan Yu nodded, agreeing with Yan Hara's words. Then allow me to start. Tang Zheng raised his hand above his head and spoke, with heaven as my witness, I swear that I will not tell anyone that isn't here right now about what just happened. If I break this oath, may the heavens shatter my soul as punishment. A golden light flickered on Tang Zheng's forehead the next second, which meant that the heavenly oath was a success. Yan Hara and Wan Yu followed suit after Tang Zheng by making their own oath. There. Are you happy now? Van Hara glared at Wan Yu afterward. Yes, very happy. Wan Yu shrugged. He then turned to look at Yuan and said, anyways, if you truly intend on removing Wan Chu from his position, don't wait too long because the demon's sealing grotto definitely won't be waiting for you. Yuan nodded, and he asked, do you know when the demon's sealing grotto might act? Well, as heated as things are right now, I doubt anything significant would happen for a few more years. This is a very sensitive situation that could result in war between the two clans. However, I wouldn't bet on anything. We don't know what Qian Chu has planned, after all. I will figure something out. You guys can just continue your life as normal, Yuan said. Normal, huh? I think it's a little too late for that, Tang Zheng sighed. What are you going to do now? Yan Hara asked him. I am going to focus on increasing my own strength, he said. If you need anything, you can contact me. Anyways, do you want to visit the treasury now to redeem your points, or do you want to do it later? You have 1 year to use them before they are no longer valid. Wan Yu asked him sometime later. I want to do it now, Yuan said. All right. Follow us. Yuan nodded and proceeded to follow them to this secluded area behind the Grand Library, where a small pagoda was located. Sitting in front of this building was an old man, who appeared to be cultivating. Once they got close enough, the old man opened his eyes and spoke without opening his mouth, his calm voice resounding very clearly in their heads. What do you want? He's here to redeem his points, Wan Yu said. The old man narrowed his gaze at Yuan for a moment before gesturing for him. Go ahead. We'll wait for you out here, Yan Hara said to him. Yuan nodded and approached the old man. Show me your necklace. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yuan removed the necklace from the examination and handed it to the old man. HM. The old man's eyes widened with surprise after seeing how many points Yuan had acquired. He turned to look at Yan Hara and the others with a look of disbelief on his face. It's real, senior, Wan Yu said with a smile on his face. There should only be enough demons within the Demon's Valley to acquire 1,500 points, but the fact that you have 2,211 points must mean that you have managed to defeat the abomination, the old man muttered in a low voice. He then placed the necklace on his forehead and closed his eyes. The necklace suddenly began glowing, and Yuan's fight with the abomination that it had recorded replayed inside the old man's head. The technique you used to create those golden swords. What is it called? The old man asked Yuan with a serious expression on his face. Swords of binding light. Yuan responded without hesitation. Are you sure it's not called swords of eternal torment? The old man narrowed his eyes. Swords of eternal torment? What's that? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, looking like he'd genuinely never heard of such a technique before. Seeing Yuan's reaction, the old man shook his head. Forget it. Somebody probably took inspiration from swords of eternal torment for their own technique. It happens quite often. He sighed inwardly. All right, follow me. The old man stood up and led Yuan into the pagoda. Once inside the pagoda, Yuan was greeted by hundreds of treasures on display on the ground and even on the walls. You have an hour. Do not touch any of the treasures. They are protected by a powerful array. If you want a treasure, let me know, unless you want to experience the power of these arrays. The old man said to him. Yuan nodded and immediately began looking at the demon's ceiling treasures. Most of the treasures there required between 200 to 500 points, so Yuan could potentially acquire 20 treasures from that place if he picked only the cheapest treasures. However, he didn't do that. In fact, he wasn't interested in any of the treasures there. After a quick walk-through around the room, Yuan turned to look at the old man and said, None of these treasures interest me. I want to take a look at the treasures on the next floor. Chapter 845. Published at 10th of April 2022 3:37 and 40 seconds p.m. Chapter 845. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 845. Demon Warding Talisman. None of the treasures here interests you? You're a picky one, aren't you? The old man laughed out loud. This is his first time meeting someone who couldn't be swayed by the treasures on the first floor. Either the three outside didn't tell you or you just don't care, but you do not qualify to see the other floors. The old man then said. But, he closed his eyes to ponder. After a few moments of silence, he spoke, but since you managed to defeat the abomination and seem to have a bright future ahead of you, I will make this an exception and allow you to claim a treasure from the next floor. Thank you, Senior. Yuan clasped his hands and bowed to him in a respectful manner. Don't thank me just yet. I said a treasure, so you will only be allowed to choose one treasure even if you have enough points for more. If you stay down here, you can buy as many treasures as you'd like. What is your decision? I would still like to see the next floor. Yuan immediately responded without hesitation. None of the treasures on this floor were good enough in his eyes, so it wouldn't matter if he could buy multiple of them. Very well, follow me. The old man nodded. And he proceeded to walk to the next floor with Yuan following right behind him. A few moments later, Yuan stepped foot inside the second floor. Although there were far less treasures on this floor at glance, there was a powerful pressure on this floor that didn't exist on the first floor, and it made it harder to breathe for Yuan, as his cultivation level was too weak to stand beside these powerful treasures. However, he endured the intense pressure and began walking around the room. There were swords, spears, bows, daggers, all sorts of weapons on this floor, but none of them interested him. These treasures would have definitely been enough before I acquired the Divine Paragon's memories, but now they just feel so lackluster. Yuan sighed inwardly. After reaching the end of the room, Yuan suddenly stopped before a red ring that had been resting inside a display case for an unknown amount of time. He didn't recognize this ring, but he had feeling that he had seen it before. What is this treasure? Yuan decided to ask the old man. The old man approached him and the treasure before speaking. Nobody really knows the usage for this treasure or how to use it, but it used to belong to the Divine Paragon, at least according to the rumors. There is no concrete proof that it belongs to the Divine Paragon, but some people during his era claimed that they have seen him with it. How much is it? Yuan then asked. He figured that the reason he felt like he had seen the ring before was because it belonged to the Divine Paragon. I probably don't recognize it because I don't have the memories for it yet, but I do believe that it belonged to the Divine Paragon. As for its purpose, I will find out once I regain those memories. Hopefully, it's worth it, he thought to himself. It's worth 2,000 points. The old man said. That expensive? Even though it doesn't have any usage? Yuan was surprised to hear this. Well, anything related to the divine paragon is extremely valuable even if it has no real uses. Even wooden branch that had been touched by divine paragon for a brief moment can be worth more than actual treasures. There are some collectors out there that are obsessed with this kind of stuff. The old man explained. I understand that, but you just said it is just a rumor that it belonged to the divine paragon. What if it turns out to be some random ring? Yuan asked. Even if that is the case, this ring has some value. Yes, it contains massive amount of demon sealing aura within it. The only problem is, nobody knows how to extract it or use it. How about this? If you decide to buy this treasure, I will change the rules at 8 and let you buy another treasure from the first floor. Dear. Yuan immediately agreed. Then it's decided that you want this ring? The old man asked for confirmation. Yes, I want this ring. He confirmed. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Very well. The old man then removed the array protecting the display case and retrieved the red ring from within before handing it to Yuan. Ding. Sealed ring, grade. Description: a mysterious ring that is said to belong to the divine paragon, founder of the demon sealing clan. It contains a massive amount of demon sealing aura within. You have 211 more points. Yuan returned to the first floor with the old man. After looking through the treasures once more, Yuan pointed at a specific treasure that was priced at 200 points. I want this treasure. Very one. The old man handed the treasure Yuan picked to him shortly after removing the array. Demon Warding Talisman, grade, divine, description. Activating the demon warding talisman will create a powerful barrier around the user, preventing most demons from approaching. It can also be used to contain demons. Requires 24 hours before it can be activated again. Since you have 11 points left that cannot be used to purchase anything, I will exchange them for spiry stones. Hem you go. The old man handed Yuan a storage pouch that contained 11,000 spirit stones. Thank you. Yuan bowed to the old man afterward. I have a feeling that we will be seeing each other again soon. Good luck, young demon seeder. The old man sent Yuan away with a profound smile on his face. After leaving the pagoda, Yuan returned to the others that had been waiting outside this entire time. What did you get? Show me. Yen Hare asked him in a curious voice the moment he returned. Chapter 846. Published at 16th of April 2022 8:51 and 15 seconds p.m. Chapter 846. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. I picked these two treasures. Yuan showed Yen Hara and the others his new treasures. Huh? Only 2 treasures? That's not right. You had over 2,000 points. Yen Hara said with a puzzled look on her face. That should be the demon sealing ward, and it was only 200 points the last time I saw it. However, I don't recognize that ring. I know that ring, but it belonged to the second floor. I'm surprised the old man allowed you to go upstairs since only master demon sealers qualify to go there. One you said. And he continued, but why did you choose that treasure out of everything you could have picked from that floor? I am going to be honest, you wasted your points on that ring. What kind of demon sealing treasure is that? Yen Hara asked. It's not really a demon sealing treasure. It is rumored to belong to the divine paragon, but there is no real evidence to back up such a rumor. That ring also has a massive amount of demon sealing aura stored within it, but nobody knows how to extract it from the ring. In fact, nobody even knows how to use the ring or what it's used for. How many points did you spend on this ring? Yen Hara asked Yuan in a nervous voice. 2,000 points. He said. For more, visit Mount Novel. Com, 2,000? Yen Hara exclaimed. Heavens! Little founder, how could you waste so many points on such a worthless ring? That shrewd old man must have tricked you into buying it with some bullshit, right? Come with me. We are going to ask for a refund. Calm down, senior. I was not tricked. I know about the rumors and that nobody knows how to use it. Yuan quickly said. And you still purchased it? Why would you do such a thing? Yanhara asked with a bewildered look on her face. 2,000 points is no small amount. In fact, this is the first time that someone has acquired this many points, yet he wasted it on a useless ring that has no real practical uses when he could have claimed a powerful demon sealing treasure instead. It didn't make any sense. To be completely honest, I don't know why I got it. I just had a feeling that I needed it. You got it because of a gut feeling. Unbelievable. Yanhara was truly speechless now. You know what they say. The more talented they are, the more eccentric. That is why ordinary people can never understand geniuses. Yu shrugged. Whatever. Yanhara rubbed her temples and sighed. Anyways, if it's your choice to pick that ring, then I won't say anything else. I really hope you don't regret it. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Yuan walked outside the Grand Library with the other three. Senior, I am going to return in a month to challenge the demon sealing pagoda again. I have a feeling that I am going to defeat the fourth floor this time. Yuan said. A month, right? I understand. You have my communication jade slip, anyway. See you later, Yuan. After saying their goodbyes, Yuan left the Grand Library and returned to Spirit Heaven. Do you really think he has what it takes to remove Qian Chu from his position? Yu asked the other two afterward. And he continued, I have my own hopes, but I don't have any expectations. He will, without doubt, become the next leader. I will make sure of it. That has been my goal even before today. Yanhara calmly responded. Tang Zheng then spoke, he definitely has the talent, but I don't know if he'll have the time. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. In the end, we can only hope that fate will guide him towards the right path. After returning to the myriad of techniques, Yuan sighed inwardly, the Demon Sealing Clan and the Demon Sealing Grotto. How troublesome. Even though he said that he will remove Qian Chu from his position, it was much easier said than done. In the end, he can only put that thought behind his mind for now and focus on getting stronger. Upon leaving the myriad of techniques, Yuan was greeted by a dark sky and the same chilling sensation from the Demon's Valley during the examination. As he left the narrow alleyway and entered the street, Yuan could hear joyful laughter resounding from the street. Did the people of this city finally decide to leave their houses? Yuan muttered to himself. Feng Yuxiang appeared beside him and said, Please be careful, young master. I sense something off about them. Yuan nodded as he entered the street with Feng Yuxiang following close behind him. He looked around to see many masked people dancing and singing on the street, almost as though there was an active festival, but the atmosphere did not feel normal, like there was something eerie about it. Young master, let's just go straight to the Demon's Valley. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Yuan nodded, yes, let's go. However, right as he was prepared to leave, the people there suddenly stopped dancing, and they all turned to look at him in silence. Yuan swallowed nervously, and he quickly said, Feng, let's just fly out of here. And before the people there could even react, Yuan flew into the sky and disappeared from their view. Once in the air, Yuan and Feng Yuxiang began flying towards the Demon's Valley. We should be able to see the Demon's Valley very soon. Feng Yuxiang said. Half an hour later, deformed mountains started popping up in the horizon. Once Yuan could see the Demon's Valley more clearly, he said, this place looks nothing like the Demon's Valley from the examination. Compared to the Demon's Valley in the Grand Library that had normal-looking mountains, the mountains in this place were mostly deformed, like they had been crushed by giants, and some of them were even riddled with holes. There was also not a single living tree or blade of grass to be seen, and the miasma was so thick that one could see it with their bare eyes in the form of a red fog that shrouded the Demon's Valley. Chapter 847. Published at 12th of April 2022, 10:39 and 11 seconds AM. Chapter 847. 847. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 847. Suspicious woman. This red fog is probably the reason the people in the nameless town are losing their minds, Yuan mumbled in a low voice. How are you feeling, young master? Feng Yuxiang asked him. My legs feel a little cold, but that's about it. Young master, can you hold my hands for a moment? She suddenly extended her hand for him. Yuan didn't think too much about it and held her hand. The very next moment, Yuan could feel a burning yet comfortable sensation flowing throughout his body, and the cold feeling in his legs quickly disappeared. What was that? Yuan asked her. I just used my phoenix flames to warm up your body. Your veins are burning with my phoenix flames right now, which is warding off the miasma. Be burning? Yuan's eyes widened. He wasn't worried that it could hurt him. It was just terrifying to think that his body was literally burning on the inside. Don't worry, young master. It won't hurt you. Feng Yuxiang chuckled at his reaction. I know. But it still feels weird. Yuan said. Yingying, are you okay with the miasma? He asked her. Yes, I am fine. Just like Miss Feng, I am not affected by it. In fact, the miasma is actually trying to avoid me. It's probably because of my sacred flame. Sacred flames, according to the divine paragon's memories, besides demons' sealing aura, there exists another element in this world that can effectively destroy demons, and that element exists within Lan Yingying's sacred flames, divine attribute. Not much is known about divine attributes since it is a power that cannot be wielded by human cultivators. In fact, only divine beasts have ever wielded such powers before. Young master. Feng Yuxiang suddenly called for him. There is a person ahead. She pointed at a middle-aged woman who was pacing back and forth the entrance of the Demon's Valley, and she appeared to be very distraught. When Yuan saw her expression, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. Let's see what happened. Be careful. She might be from the nameless town, Feng Yuxiang quickly warned him. I don't sense anything wrong with her. It should be fine. Yuan nodded. He descended before the woman a moment later and asked her, Excuse me, are you okay? The middle-aged woman was startled by Yuan's sudden appearance, but when she realized that he was a cultivator, she immediately approached him and asked, I am mortal cultivator. Are you heading inside the Demon's Valley? Yes, I am. Please. Can you please help me? My son went inside the Demon's Valley a week ago to hunt magical beasts with his friends, and he promised that he would be home 2 days ago, but he still hasn't returned. I tried looking for his friends, but they are also missing. I am worried to death that something might happen to him. The woman pleaded with him. As cruel as it may sound, Yuan had a feeling that her son was no longer in this world. However, he didn't want to say it to the already grieving mother, so he asked, Do you know where he usually hunts? I can take a look around that area, and if I find him, I will bring him back to you. Oh. Thank you. Thank you very much. My son usually hunts near the Red Pond. I will definitely repay this debt. Yuan nodded. This might take a while, so you can return home for now. It's okay, I will wait here just in case my son comes out by himself. She said. Are you sure? This place is very dangerous even for cultivators, much less a mortal like you, Yuan expressed his worries. The woman nodded and said, I have been here for 2 days now. I think I will be fine for another day or 2. If you say so. I will try to be back before sunrise. Be careful. Yuan said to her. I will. Once again, thank you. The woman bowed to him. Ding. Quest, Grieving Mother's Plea, Location, Demon's Valley, Difficulty, Hard, Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Description: search around the red pond for the grieving mother's missing son. A quest, huh? Been a while. Yuan thought to himself as he glanced over the quest details. Are you ready? Yuan turned to ask Feng Yuxiang, who was staring at the woman with a pondering face. Yes, I am ready. Feng Yuxiang nodded. Then let's help this woman before we look for our person. Okay. Yuan entered the Demon's Valley with Feng Yuxiang shortly after. Once they were inside the Demon's Valley and could no longer see the woman, Feng Yuxiang spoke. Young master, there's definitely something very weird about that woman. What? Yuan asked. Despite being immortal, she could somehow stand so close to the Demon's Valley without being affected by the miasma. That's not possible. Feng Yuxiang explained. Ah, that? I also noticed it, but I didn't sense any bad vibes from her, so I decided to help her anyway. Yuan said. Huh. You are still willing to help her even though there's a very good chance that she might be setting a trap for you? That's very reckless of you, young master. Feng Yuxiang was dumbfounded. Reckless? Maybe. But I really hope it's actually a trap so that I can put an end to it. If I ignore it, this trap will continue to exist and harm others. Yuan said, explaining why he agreed to help the woman. Young master, Feng Yuxiang did not expect this to be the real reason why Yuan decided to help this suspicious woman. Anyways, the red pond isn't that far away, so we should arrive soon. Huh? How do you know where this place is? Did you acquire a map of this place? Feng Yuxiang asked. Not a map, but it's even better than it. Yuan pointed at his head and smiled. The divine paragon's memories. He's been to this place before, so I also know this place like it's at the back of my hand now. Feng Yuxiang's mouth dropped wide open. Are you sure we can trust those memories? I guess we'll find out after we arrive at the location. Yuan chuckled. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 848. Published at 12th of April 2022, 10:39 and 10 seconds AM. Chapter 848. 848. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 848. Red Pond. We have arrived at Red Pond. At least what's left of it. Yuan said as they approached this massive, dried-up hole in the ground from the sky. This is the Red Pond? There's nothing red about this, and a pond should have water. Feng Yuxiang raised her eyebrows when she saw the scene. Well, that was millions of years ago. That circle used to be a pond filled with red water. Rumors say the red water was actually human blood, and demons used to bathe and drink from it. Yuan sighed. Anyways, this proves that my memories can be trusted. What do you think? He looked at Feng Yuxiang. I think so too, she nodded. Let's take a look around. Yuan descended from the sky a moment later, landing right beside the empty pond. However, upon closer inspection, the red pond wasn't completely empty, as there appeared to be human remains in the form of bones at the bottom of the pond. He proceeded to stare at it with a dazed expression on his face. Inside his mind, memories of the red pond flowed. The pond was filled to the brim with crimson liquid that resembled blood, and there were hundreds of demons bathing within the water while the divine paragon spied on them from the sky. No. The rumor was true. The red water was human blood, and the bottom of this pond was filled with human remains. He could still feel the burning emotions the divine paragon felt when he first saw the scene of demons bathing in human blood and the horrendous scent that assaulted his nose. In order to keep this red pond filled, demons killed thousands of people every single day. After recalling these highly unpleasant memories, Yuan suddenly felt an urge to puke. Young master, are you okay? Feng Yuxiang asked him when she noticed his face becoming paler. Yes. I just recalled some unpleasant memories, that's all. He said. Feng Yuxiang held a worried look on her face. Although she doesn't know what kind of memoirs Yuan was seeing, she knew that it wasn't good for his mental health. Anyways, let's look around for that woman's son. Yuan used his divine sense to search for any clues. I couldn't find anything, not even a footprint. What about you, Feng Feng? Yuan asked her a moment later. She shook her head and said, I didn't find anything either. This either means the woman was lying about her son, or her son never came to this area. Let's expand our search a little more before we come to any conclusions. Yuan said. Okay. They returned to the air shortly after and began flying around the red pond. About half an hour later, they gave up on the search when they found no clues and returned to the red pond. Let's forget about that woman's missing son. If he even exists, Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan sighed, at the very least, we should let the mother know that we couldn't find him, okay? Feng Yuxiang nodded. However, just as Yuan prepared to leave the scene, his body suddenly halted. Young master? What are you waiting for? Feng Yuxiang asked him from the sky. After a moment of silence, a slight smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he spoke in a calm voice, I can smell demons. What? Feng Yuxiang's eyes widened with surprise. Yuan turned to look in a certain direction and continued, 1, 2, 3. There are 3 demons nearby. Really? What should we do? Isn't it obvious? I am going to kill them. Yuan responded in a nonchalant manner. According to my memories, there is a cave that demons used as a stronghold not far from here. They are probably hiding within this cave. Now that he sensed these demons, Yuan immediately began flying towards the direction of their scent. How weird. Why didn't I smell their scent before? Yuan wondered to himself as he quickly approached the demon's scent. About 15 minutes later, Yuan stopped moving and gazed upon the cave entrance below him. The demons are inside this cave? Feng Yuxiang asked. Yuan nodded, and he said, yes, but for some reason, their scent is getting weaker, visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Lan Yingying suddenly appeared beside him and said, there must be something in the cave that conceals their presence and scent. Yingying. How are you feeling? Yuan asked her. I am feeling great. I just finished converting all of the magical beasts into spiritual energy, allowing me to break through and become a spirit lord. Congratulations. Yuan said. Thank you, but I am still miles behind Miss Feng and Xiao Hua. With your talents, I'm sure you'll catch up to us in no time. Feng Yuxiang smiled. Lan Yingying nodded, and she turned to look at Yuan. Allow me to help you with these demons. I want to see my progress. Okay. Yuan agreed without any hesitation. Thank you. They descended to the cave entrance a moment later. So dark. Yuan mumbled in a low voice when he couldn't see more than a few inches inside the cave with his bare eyes despite having enhanced senses. When she heard his words, Feng Yuxiang summoned a ball of flame that hovered above them to light the cave. Are you guys ready? Yuan asked them as he summoned the Empyrean Overlord. Ready. They nodded. And without any hesitation, Yuan walked inside this cave. Upon entering the cave, Yuan realized that it was filled with skeletons just like the red pond. After walking for a couple of minutes without seeing any signs of demons, they were forced to stop, as the path came to a dead end. A dead end? That's not possible. I clearly picked up their scent from this place. Yuan stood there and looked around with a pondering expression on his face. What if the demons had already left? Feng Yuxiang said. I would know if they had left, but their scent lingered in this place until it disappeared shortly after we entered this cave. Maybe there is a secret passage or something. Let's look around. Yuan said. Okay. They nodded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 849. Published at 12th of April 2022, 10:39 and 9 seconds AM. Chapter 849. 849. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 849. Hidden passage. Although the cave was quite spacious and wide, it had a linear interior, meaning there was only a single path for Yuan and the others to traverse. However, even after walking back and forth this cave multiple rounds, they were unable to find any secret passages that the demons could have used to hide themselves. I don't see any formations in this place. If there's really a secret passage, it's not concealed by a formation, or it's concealed by a formation that's so powerful that even I cannot see it. However, demons don't have the power to create formations or arrays. Yuan said. I also don't see anything out of the ordinary with my divine sense. Feng Yuxiang said. And she continued in a worried voice, what if this is a trap? We should probably leave this cave for now. Wait. Lan Yingying suddenly said. What is it? Do you see something? Yuan turned to look at her. I'm not sure, but that area feels off for some reason, the ground. Lan Yingying pointed at the ground right before the dead end. The ground? Yuan walked over to where Lan Yingying pointed and inspected the ground. When he couldn't find anything wrong with it, he decided to stomp on the ground. Yuan raised his eyebrows when he felt a hollow feedback from the stomp. It's empty here, he said to them before stabbing into the ground with the Empyrean Overlord. The ground immediately collapsed, revealing a hidden staircase that led underground. Furthermore, the scent of demons that had disappeared suddenly appeared again. I can smell them again. Demons. They're below us. Yuan quickly said. How did we miss such an obvious passage? This must be the work of a treasure that can misdirect our senses. We should be careful, young master. Feng Yuxiang warned him. Good idea, especially since I can smell more than 3 demons now. Yuan suddenly said. Huh? How many demons can you smell? Feng Yuxiang asked. After taking a few deep breaths, Yuan replied, about 7 or 8. 7 or 8? That many? Lan Yingying was speechless. Don't worry, they don't seem very strong. The strongest one appears to be a peak spirit king, but it's only a low-ranking demon. If you say so, she nodded. Young master, allow me to go first. Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan nodded, but before walking the staircase, Yuan wore his mask. Why the mask? Feng Yuxiang asked. It won't be fun if the demons recognize me, he chuckled. Feng Yuxiang was speechless. He's treating this like a game. She sighed inwardly. Sometime later, they began descending the narrow staircase. Many minutes later, at the end of the staircase, they entered a spacious room with multiple paths to choose from. Which way? Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Yuan, who was already pointing to a path. I understand. Feng Yuxiang, without hesitation, began walking towards the path picked by Yuan. I'm surprised you can smell the demons from so far away. How do you do it? Lan Yingying asked him. I don't know. I just instinctively know their location when I smell them, and they have this very distinctive scent that's hard to miss. Yuan shrugged, even though he was unable to smell demons before acquiring the Divine Paragon's memories and experience. Lan Yingying tried to smell this distinctive scent that Yuan spoke of, but she was not successful. After walking for 10 minutes straight, Feng Yuxiang came to a stop when she arrived at a dead end in the form of a cliff. However, once they were actually standing on this cliff, they were amazed by the scenery before them. This is a city? Yuan mumbled in a low voice as he gazed upon a city that had already been reduced to ruins. Although the city wasn't so large that he couldn't see the end, it was still quite shocking to find a city of this size beneath the Demon's Valley. This place isn't in the Divine Paragon's memories, but since I only have a small fraction of his memories, I wouldn't be surprised if he found this place later. Yuan thought to himself. After all, if nobody knew about this place, it would still be populated by demons right now. What now, young master? Should we hunt them one by one, at least until they notice our presence? Feng Yuxiang asked him. No, that would take too much time. Well, gather and deal with all of them at once. Yuan said with an excited smile on his face. How are we going to do that? Feng Yuxiang asked. Like this. Yuan suddenly released his demon's sealing aura, instantly filling the entire underground city with his presence. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The very next moment, 8 different auras appeared in response to Yuan's provocation. They're coming. Yuan warned them. Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying immediately prepared for battle while Yuan continued to stand there in a calm manner, and they watched as 8 red-skinned demons emerged from the city before flying towards them. In less than 10 seconds after Yuan announced their presence, all 8 demons stood before them. How did you find this place, human? The demon emitting the aura of a peak spirit king asked. Yuan pointed at his own face and said, I followed your scent. Our scent? What are you, a dog? No, not even a dog would be able to do that. And it continued, whatever. It doesn't matter how you found this place. It was foolish of you to come here with just the 3 of you. Ha ha ha. It's been thousands of years since I've tasted human flesh and blood. I call dibs on that woman with the smooth-looking skin beside him. She looks incredibly delicious. One of the demons suddenly pointed at Lan Yingying. Then I want that big-breasted woman. I bet her meat is incredibly tender and juicy. Another demon laughed as it pointed at Feng Yuxiang. Unlike that masked person, they don't smell human. They must be magical beasts disguised as humans. Who cares if they are humans or magical beasts? All it matters is how they taste, and I am starving. Let's get 'em. However, before the demons could even move 2 steps, Yuan released his demon's sealing aura. Demon's sealing zone. With a wave of his sleeve, Yuan confined all 8 demons in the demon's sealing zone, taking them by surprise. What the fuck is this? This feeling. It's the demon's sealing zone. What? The demon's sealing zone? Impossible. The demons were confused and terrified at the same time. After all, only very few people within the Demon Sealing clan can use the Demon Sealing Zone, and they are mostly high-ranking demon sealers. However, Yuan's cultivation level was too weak to be a high-ranking demon sealer, hence why they thought nothing about him, until now. After capturing the demons, Yuan approached them and spoke in a calm voice, I'm interested in something. If you answer my question, I will let you out of the Demon Sealing Zone. Humph. As if we will believe you. The demons sneered. Yuan ignored their response and began questioning them anyway. Let's start with an easy one. How long have you lowly demons been hiding down here? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 850. Published at 12th of April 2022 10:39 and 8 seconds AM. Chapter 850. 850. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 850. Hibernation. The answer is, go fuck yourself. One of the 8 demons cursed out loud in response to Yuan's question. Yuan merely shook his head and said, I will ask you again. How long have you been hiding in this underground city? I might consider answering if you throw one of your friends in here. I'm too hungry to answer your questions, after all. Another demon answered. Ha ha ha. Good one. That's right. Well, answer your questions in exchange for those women behind you. How about a limb per question? Yuan sighed at their response. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way. Swords of Eternal Torment. With the snap of his fingers, 3 golden swords appeared above the demons. What the heck is that? The demons tilted their heads to look at the swords. I will not repeat myself, Yuan said to them with a solemn expression on his face. The demons swallowed nervously. Although the demons didn't recognize the technique, they instinctively feared it. And we will not repeat ourselves. Fuck yo, Yuan moved his finger in a downward motion, and before the demon could even finish its sentence, one of the golden swords fell from the sky and stabbed itself right in the center of the demon's chest. Aaawea. The demon suddenly roared in a painful voice, startling the other demons. Hey! What's wrong? The demons immediately knew that something was off. After all, they shouldn't feel pain as demons, yet their buddy that just got struck was definitely screaming in pain, and it appeared to be suffering excruciating pain. That technique removes your pain tolerance, so you'll feel pain just like the rest of us. Yuan explained to them the effects of the technique, which only terrified them even more. Regardless of their rank, demons greatly depend on their insane regenerating ability and lack of ability to feel pain, as these two talents allow demons to become fearless creatures. However, without even one of these techniques, the demons immediately become a flawed existence. Please. Get this thing off me. Ah. The demon pleaded as blood flowed from its eyes. However, Yuan merely stood there and silently watched with a nonchalant expression on his face. He clearly couldn't care less about the demon nor the pain it was feeling. After torturing the demon for a few more minutes while ignoring the other demons the entire time, Yuan finally spoke. My questions, do you feel like answering them now? Millions of years. We have been down here ever since the demon Sealing clan defeated the demon clan. The demon with the golden sword stuck between its chest answered. Very good. Yuan removed the golden sword from the demon afterward, and he continued to ask, so you stayed down here for millions of years without leaving this place even once? How do you stay sane? We hibernate. The demon quickly responded to his question again, and it continued, we demons can hibernate for tens of thousands of years at once. However, that doesn't mean we can sleep for millions of years without any breaks. When we come out of our hibernation, we will leave this place briefly to hunt for food in the surrounding areas. Once we're full, we will hibernate again. Hibernation, huh? If I recall correctly, this is also how you demons increase your strength. Yuan said. That's right, but we only resort to that when we cannot acquire enough resources to strengthen ourselves. The demon nodded. Yuan laughed out loud after hearing its words, and he said in a mocking tone, the 8 of you have hibernated for millions of years, yet this is the level of your strength? Were you spirit apprentices before you decided to live here? How pitiful. I guess this is because of your immortality. After all, you can't be immortal and have a fast growth rate, or that would be utterly broken. The demons gritted their teeth in anger after hearing Yuan's words, but they couldn't rebuke his claims, as it was true. In exchange for their immortality and talents, demons are at the rock bottom when it comes to growth. For example, if an ordinary human cultivator at the first level spirit apprentice wanted to reach the second level, they would need at least a couple of weeks if not months. Meanwhile, demons at the same level would require low times the amount of time if not more to achieve the same results. Of course, this restriction only exists in low-ranking demons like these 8 demons. Higher-ranking demons would require much less time, and some of them even outright lack this restriction. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Anyways, since you have answered my questions, I will now let you out of the demon's sealing zone. Yuan suddenly said. Really? The demon was in disbelief. Yes, but you're not completely free just yet. Yuan said, and he turned to look at Lan Yingying. You wanted to test yourself, right? I will let you have this one. Are you sure? He nodded at her before returning to the demon. If you can defeat my friend, I will let you live. I also won't interfere with your fight, even if you kill her. A wide grin appeared on the demon's face after hearing Yuan's words. Say no more. Yuan flicked his sleeves, pulling the demon out of the demon's sealing zone. This demon was at the peak of Spirit Lord while Lan Yingying was only at the first level of Spirit Lord. However, Yuan wasn't feeling worried at all, as he was confident in Lan Yingying's ability. Young master, are you sure this is a good idea? Feng Yuxiang, on the other hand, didn't have the same confidence as him. Although she has seen Lan Yingying fight magical beasts before during their little journey in the lower heavens, that was not nearly enough to convince her that Lan Yingying will be okay in this fight. She'll be fine. Have some faith in her. Yuan smiled. The divine paragon's memories are clearly affecting him. If this occurred a month ago, the young master would not have allowed her to be in such a risky situation. However, this is the kind of characteristic that is required to survive in the cultivation world, especially once he traverses the upper heavens. Feng Yuxiang sighed inwardly. On one hand, she was relieved that Yuan was finally growing up to be more like a cultivator, just like how she always wanted, but on the other hand, she was worried that he might be changing too fast, as it could have negative effects on him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 851. Published at 12th of April 2022, 10:39 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 851. 851. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 851. False incense. Lan Yingying calmly approached the demon after it was released from the demon's sealing zone. I wasn't able to help my parents or my grandparents in the mystic realm, but I have grown stronger. If I cannot even deal with a single demon, I am not fit to serve him. Lan Yingying held a solemn expression on her face. Her black hair suddenly turned white, and her azure eyes turned pink. What kind of magical beast are you? You must be really special if you can transform into a human at that level of cultivation. The demon licked its lips as it glared at Lan Yingying. Magical beast? Try divine beast. She calmly responded. She's a divine beast. The demons were surprised to learn that Lan Yingying was actually a divine beast. Ha ha ha. What luck. I have never tasted flesh or blood from a divine beast before. You'll be my first. The demon fighting her began laughing out loud. I cannot wait. The demon suddenly flew at Lan Yingying with its mouth wide open. Sacred fire. Lan Yingying lifted her arm and pointed her palm at the incoming demon before shooting a large ball of white flames at it. Due to its arrogance and confidence in its immortal body, the demon didn't even bother blocking or avoiding the flames and ran straight into it, allowing the flames to consume its body. Is this all you've got? Flames don't work against us demons. Despite its whole body being engulfed in flames, the demon did not appear even slightly worried about the flames and continued to rush at Lan Yingying, as it was confident that it could easily regenerate faster than the flames could destroy it. Eat this, bloody. The demon suddenly halted its movements when it was about to launch an attack on Lan Yingying. What's happening to my body? Why aren't my injuries recovering? The demon looked down at its body with a puzzled face. What is this? What the fuck did you do? The demon immediately started trying to put out the white flames burning its body, but its efforts were futile, as the flames continued to slowly destroy the demon's body. Lan Yingying watched the demon slowly being consumed by her sacred fire and said, My sacred fire is of divine attributes, which is really effective against demons. I hope you like it. Divine attributes? Don't fuck with me, you damn beast. The demon stopped trying to put out the flames and started attacking Lan Yingying, hoping that he'd kill her before the flames completely consumed it. Even though the demon could not feel any pain from the sacred fire, its movements were greatly affected by the injuries on its body, making it incredibly sluggish and easy to dodge for Lan Yingying. It's not dying fast enough. I need something stronger. Lan Yingying thought to herself as she distanced herself from the demon. Fiery Lotus. Lan Yingying took a moment to create a beautiful lotus made out of her sacred fire before launching it at the demon. Boom! The entire underground shook briefly when the fiery lotus exploded in front of the demon. Ayaha! The demon released one last deafening roar before Lan Yingying's sacred flames completely erased it from existence. After killing the demon, Lan Yingying went to collect its demon core. Unbelievable. She actually took care of that demon with relative ease. Feng Yuxiang thought to herself after witnessing Lan Yingying's prowess. Yingying, your sacred fire has improved tremendously since I last saw it. Yuan said to her with a smile on his face. Thank you, but I am not satisfied. Compared to my grandparents, my sacred fire is still too weak. The only reason I won so quickly is because that demon had underestimated my flames. Lan Yingying said. Then would you like to fight another demon? Yuan asked. Lan Yingying nodded her head without any hesitation. All right, give me a moment. He turned to look at the 7 demons remaining, and they all held a solemn expression on their faces. Let's continue with the questioning. Whoever answers my questions will get to fight my friend. He said to them. My next question is. What trick did you use to conceal your scent and the hidden passage? The demons hesitated to answer his question. I won't ask again. Yuan raised his hand, causing the golden swords to tremble. A treasure. One of the demons suddenly said. Oh. Tell me about this treasure. Yuan turned to look at this demon that was also a peak spirit lord. It's a treasure that can create realistic illusions and conceals presences to a certain extent. We used it to conceal the hidden passage and erase our presence and smell. Where is this treasure now? Yuan continued asking. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The demon turned to look at a certain house in the city below and pointed to it. It's in that building. Allow me, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him before going down to the city and searching the building with the treasure. She returned a few minutes later with what appeared to be an incense holder made out of jade. Here you go, young master. Feng Yuxiang handed him the treasure. Oh. So this is the treasure, huh? I wasn't expecting it to have such an appearance. False incense, grade, ancient, quality, peak, description, allows the user to create realistic illusions and conceal presences. Can only have one illusion active at a time. Wow, this is a really useful treasure. Yuan inspected the treasure with a smile on his face before storing it inside his spatial ring. Alright, you can fight my friend now. He turned to look at Lan Yingying. Whenever you're ready. I am ready. She nodded. Yuan removed the demon from the demon's sealing zone a moment later. Lan Yingying and the demon began fighting each other shortly after. Sacred fire. However, as expected, the demon didn't dare to touch her sacred fire and dodged it instead. You only defeated the previous demon because of its arrogance. I won't make the same mistake. The demon laughed as it launched a counterattack. Bloodshot. Hundreds of red projectiles flew at Lan Yingying. Sacred fire. Lan Yingying created a wall of fire before her, instantly burning all of the projectiles that touched it. Looks like I have to go all out if I want to defeat this demon. Lan Yingying said to herself before transforming into her beast form. Wow. Not only did her strength grow but even her size grew a substantial amount. Yuan mumbled in a low voice when he stared at Lan Yingying, who was now a massive serpent. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 852. Published at 12th of April 2022 4:09 p.m. Chapter 852, 852 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 852, just an ordinary demon sealer compared to her size in the mystic realm. Lan Yingying's serpent body is now doubled in size, so she was about 100 meters long, and her body was twice as thick. Do all divine beasts grow this big? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang while his attention remained fixated on Lan Yingying. Yes, most divine beasts have very large frames. If I can transform into my phoenix form, I could easily cover an entire town with just one of my wings. An entire town? Now that is something I really want to see. After transforming into her serpent form, Lan Yingying began attacking the demon aggressively. Sacred fire. Lan Yingying suddenly breathed fire from her mouth, covering a large area. Shit! The demon was not prepared for Lan Yingying's attack and barely avoided her sacred fire. However, Lan Yingying was not done yet, and she immediately flew at the demon afterward. When she was close enough, Lan Yingying opened her mouth wide open before slamming it shut on the demon. Once she caught the demon with her mouth, Lan Yingying released another breath of sacred fire, incinerating the demon until it was reduced to nothing but its demon core. After killing the second demon with seemingly even less effort than the first, Lan Yingying returned to Yuan's side. I'm speechless, Yingying. You've really grown so much stronger. I think you can even deal with the rest of these demons by yourself if you wish. Yuan said to her. You flatter me, Yuan. I am nothing compared to you. Lan Yingying smiled. Well, do you want to fight the other demons too? He asked a moment later. Lan Yingying turned to look at the remaining 6 demons before shaking her head. Unfortunately, I don't think I can fight a spirit king yet. Read more, visit, all novel full. The demons Lan Yingying fought were both spirit lords, but the rest of these demons were all spirit king. The difference between spirit lord and spirit king is very vast, even if it's just a single level from peak spirit lord to first level spirit king. That's fine. I won't force you to fight them if you don't want to. Yuan said. And he turned to look at Feng Yuxiang. What about you, Feng? Do you want to try fighting one? A bittersweet smile appeared on Feng Yuxiang's face as she spoke. As much as I want to impress the young master, I know my own capabilities. I may have a higher cultivator than Yingying, but I do not have the means to defeat demons at my level. They'll just regenerate any damage I deal to them. And while I do have techniques that can completely obliterate them, I do not have the cultivation to use them. I see, even though we're both divine beasts. I'm sorry for being useless, she sighed. Don't think like that. You're not at fault here, and you're definitely not useless. We all have something we can and cannot do. Yuan shook his head. Anyways, since this is the case, I guess I should finish this. Yuan approached the 6 demons. Let's change things up a bit. Instead of fighting my friends, you'll be playing with me now, and to make things fair, I will fight all 6 of you at once. He said to the demons, dumbfounding them. This humiliation, I will definitely make you regret it. The Peak Spirit King demon gritted its teeth in anger, as it had never been treated like a toy before. And without any hesitation, Yuan walked into the demon's sealing zone to be with the rest of the demons. Why, you arrogant bastard? Die for me. The demons wasted no time attacking him the moment he entered the demon's sealing zone. Ha! After dodging their attacks, Yuan counterattacked with the Empyrean Overlord, slicing one of the demons there in half. And just as that demon expected to regenerate from its seemingly superficial wound, it realized that the other half of its body had turned into stone. Watch out for his sword. Don't let it hit you. The demon used what little time it had left to warn the others before turning into stone completely. However, even if they knew that Yuan's sword could seal them, there was very little they could do about it. Due to their enclosed area, there was simply nowhere they could run. Furthermore, they had to constantly worry about the golden swords above them, as Yuan could use them to strike at any moment. Many minutes later. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. This guy is playing with us. Just who is this human? The demons cried inwardly when they eventually realized that Yuan was going easy on them. What's wrong? Why are you stopping? Don't you want to taste my flesh? Drink my blood? Yuan calmly provoked the demons while being surrounded by them. If you want to die so much, let me help you. The Peak Spirit King demon suddenly exploded with chaotic energy. However, before it could really do anything, the 2 golden swords that had been on standby suddenly started moving again. The demon roared when the golden swords impaled its body. This is our chance. We don't have to worry about the golden swords anymore. The other demons realized this chance and attacked Yuan simultaneously. Suddenly, the other 4 demons started screaming in pain as well. Why, you can summon more than 3 of these things? The demons were shocked to see more golden swords appear since they thought that he was limited to just 3. 3? Yuan raised his eyebrows. I don't know how you came to that conclusion, but, he pointed above them. The demons subconsciously lifted their heads to look, and to their absolute shock, hundreds of golden swords that were not there a moment ago is now there. You. Who are you? The Peak Spirit King demon suddenly shouted out loud. I'm just an ordinary demon sealer that happened to come across this place by pure chance. Yuan responded. He then removed his mask to show the demons his face. Why you? The demons' faces immediately drained of all colors when they saw Yuan's face. No matter how many millions of years have passed, they could never forget the face of their worst nightmare. The Divine Paragon? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 853. Published at 12th of April 2022 4:08 p.m. Chapter 853. 853 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 853. Accepting their fate, the Divine Paragon? Impossible. It can't be. No human cultivators could possibly live for so long. The demons were in disbelief after seeing Yuan's familiar face. After all, tens of millions of years have passed since the demon clan was defeated by the demon sealing clan. Even if a cultivator has achieved true immortality, it requires a miracle to live this long without encountering any mishaps, unless they were in seclusion for so long. Impossible? Even though I am standing right before you? Yuan said in a calm voice. You're a fake. A mere illusion. You may be able to disguise your appearance, but you can't hide your cultivation and smell. You're too young and weak to be the Divine Paragon. Is that so? Yuan suddenly turned to look at Lan Yingying and asked her, Can I get one of the demon cores? Lan Yingying nodded her head and handed him one of the demon cores she just received. Once the demon core was in his grasp, Yuan opened his mouth and tossed it inside, shocking the demons. After swallowing the demon core, Yuan opened his mouth to show the demons that had really consumed the demon core. Do you still doubt my identity? He asked them a moment later. The Divine Paragon. All 5 demons fell to their knees after coming to the conclusion that Yuan was truly the Divine Paragon, as there is only one person in the 9 heavens capable of consuming demon cores. And once they came to this conclusion, they lost all will to fight. In fact, they could only remain still and tremble in fear. The demons even subconsciously stopped breathing from fear. Seeing the condition of these demons, Yuan thought to himself, they should be plenty terrified now. This is the best time to kill them. And harvest their demon cores. And without hesitation, Yuan suddenly stretched his hand out, stabbing through one of the demons' chest and grabbing its crystal before destroying it. The demons were well aware that Yuan had just killed one of their companions, but none of them dared to move even a finger and acted like they didn't see it. In their minds, there was no point resisting before the Divine Paragon. In fact, they might risk offending the Divine Paragon by resisting him, who is famous for torturing demons before consuming their demon cores. At least it will be a swift death. The demons sighed inwardly and accepted their fate. They have witnessed the Divine Paragon torture and kill its companions in the middle of an active battlefield before, and they wanted to avoid such a fate at all cost, even if they have to silently lie there and wait for their execution. So they're just going to accept their fate, huh? Yuan realized this as he killed the second demon. Not including the Divine Paragon's memories, this is his first time seeing demons give up in such a fashion. Yuan pitied these demons for a brief moment, but then he recalled the scene of demons bathing in the red pond and many more terrible things that they have done to humans. A few moments later, Yuan approached the last demon alive, who was also the strongest demon in the group. "Before you kill me, can I ask you a question?" The demon suddenly spoke in a low voice. "What?" Read more, visit all novel full. Is it true that you wiped out the demons within the demonic realm? The demon lifted its head and stared at Yuan with a profound expression. "What do you think?" Yuan responded with his own question. "You're definitely more than capable, but whether you actually killed them, I cannot say for sure." After a moment of silence, Yuan said, "I don't know." "You don't know? Or you don't want to answer?" "The former," Yuan said. And without elaborating any further, Yuan finished off the demon. After killing all of the demons, Yuan collected the demon cores and deactivated the demon's sealing zone. Visit Rietal Me for extra chapters. Good work, young master. Those demons trembled before your presence. Feng Yuxiang said to him afterward. "Thank you, but if I have to be honest, I'm a little disappointed by the results. It didn't feel good killing beings that have no will to fight, even if they are demons." He sighed. He then turned to look at Lan Yingying and said, "Here, take these demon cores. Why are you giving them to me?" She asked with a puzzled face. "I want you to use them to further strengthen yourself," he said. "Thank you, but I think you need them more than I do. If you consume these demon cores, you'll definitely become a spirit king." Lan Yingying said. "That might be true, but I want to become a spirit king through the demon's sealing pagoda, and there is less than a month before I can challenge it again. You know, increasing my companion's prowess is just as important as raising my own. Then I won't be humble." Lan Yingying nodded and accepted the demon cores. "Thank you, Yuan. Anyways, with the demons gone, let's scout this place to make sure we don't leave anything useful behind. Who knows, we might find another treasure or two in here," Yuan said a moment later. And he continued, "I don't sense any other presence beside ours in this place, so it should be safe to split up to make the search quicker." Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, "I will take the north area. Then I will look around the south side." Lan Yingying said, "I will go west. Whenever you finish with your area, go to the east side and group up there," Yuan said. "I understand." Sometime later, they split up and descended into the ruined city. "This place looks pretty beat up," Yuan thought to himself as he walked through the street with his divine sense activated, as that was more efficient and convenient than searching house by house. However, even after many minutes of searching, Yuan was unable to find anything that was remotely useful. After going through his area twice without finding anything, he started making his way towards the east side of the city. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 854. Published at 17th of April 2022 1:13 and 4 seconds p.m. Chapter 854. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 854. Blood-soaked mountain. Lan Yingying and Feng Yuxiang also went to the east side of the city after searching their area with no results. "Did you guys find anything special?" "My side was empty," Yuan asked them. "Nothing, but I'm not surprised. This place hasn't been visited by anyone beside the demons for millions of years. I'd be shocked if anything but spiritual treasures lasted that long. Then let's take a quick look at this last area before we leave this place," Yuan said, and they began walking through the east side of the city. After walking for about 10 minutes, Feng Yuxiang suddenly stopped and frowned. "What's the matter, Feng? Did you find something?" Yuan asked her. "Not something. Someone. Although faint, I can sense a presence up ahead." "Someone? Who could it be? I don't smell any demons." Yuan said. I think it's a human cultivator. Yuan frowned and said, let's go. Feng Yuxiang nodded and picked up her pace, leading the others to this unknown presence. Once they were close enough to see the person behind this presence with their divine sense, they stopped to analyze the situation. A human cultivator. He doesn't seem to be conscious. But what's he doing down here? Feng Yuxiang said. Do you think this person could be that woman's missing son? Maybe the demons captured him and brought him here. Yuan speculated. That's possible, but we won't know for sure until we speak with him. Please wait here while I make sure it isn't a trap, young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Yuan nodded and allowed Feng Yuxiang to go first. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang approached this man and nudged him with her feet, almost like she was seeing if he was a corpse. Hey, wake up. Ugh. My head hurts like hell, the man muttered in a low voice as he sat up and looked at his surroundings. Where am I? Who are you? The man asked Feng Yuxiang a moment later. You're currently underground, beneath the Demon's Valley. How did you get here? And who are you? Demon's Valley. The man looked puzzled for a moment before snapping out of his daze and jumping to his feet. That's right. I remember now. I came to the Demon's Valley with my friends, but just as we were leaving, this group of demons appeared out of the blue and captured us. They ate my friends and even forced me to watch. What happened to the demons? The man began panicking after recalling his memories. I see. So you're really that woman's missing son. Anyways, we have already dealt with the demons. You don't need to worry about it anymore. You dealt with the demons. The man stared at her with a dazed face. Not me. My young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Follow me. Sometime later, Feng Yuxiang returned to Yuan with the man. Young master, this person really turned out to be that woman's missing son. According to him, he was captured by the demons. Feng Yuxiang explained the situation to Yuan. Wait. You know my mother? Yuan nodded and said, yes, we met her on the way here. She was worried sick that you didn't return home in time and stood in front of the Demon's Valley. We agreed to help her find you after hearing her story. I see. Thank you very much for coming here and saving my life. I would have been food for those demons if you'd arrived any later. I don't even want to imagine my mother grieving over my death, the man sighed. I wish I can repay this debt, but I have nothing on me. Don't worry about it. We didn't do this for any reward. Yuan shook his head. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Still, I can't just leave without giving you anything, the man pondered for a moment before speaking. Oh. I know. Although I cannot give you anything of value, I can lead you to something of value. You see, after being captured by the demons, I overheard them talking about a treasure that had recently appeared inside the blood-soaked mountain. I don't know what kind of treasure it is, but they seemed very excited about it. A treasure within blood-soaked mountain, huh? Yuan mumbled in a pondering voice. Where is this blood-soaked mountain? Feng Yuxiang asked. I'm not really sure, but it's within the Demon's Valley. The man said. I know where it is. Yuan suddenly said. It's a little far from here, but it's not too bad if we fly straight there. If you don't mind, I would like to return to my mother now. The man asked them a moment later. Yuan nodded, go ahead. The exit is over there. Once again, thank you for saving my life and sparing my mother from grief. The man bowed to them before leaving. Are you sure about this, young master? There are still many unanswered questions about his situation and his mother, Feng Yuxiang asked him after the man left. It's fine. I doubt we really need to know these answers, anyway. If you say so. Ding. Are we going to the blood-soaked mountain now? Feng Yuxiang asked as they left the underground area. Yes, I am really interested in this treasure. If we fly straight there, it should only take us half a day to get there. I understand. After leaving the underground area, Yuan and Feng Yuxiang began flying towards the blood-soaked mountain while Lan Yingying transformed back into a bracelet to rest. Truly an impressive lad. I didn't expect him to deal with the demons so quickly and effortlessly. And his growth. It's almost terrifying. Who could have predicted that we would find a monster like him in that small place? The man that had been captured by the demons watched Yuan and Feng Yuxiang disappear into the horizon with a profound smile on his face. Once he could no longer see their figure, the man's appearance began distorting, transforming into a handsome middle-aged man. If it's him. Perhaps he can defeat that man. The man created a portal and disappeared into it shortly after. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.